Good morning, everybody. Just gonna wait a few minutes before we start. Let everyone log on. Good morning, everybody.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Monica. I am your instructor for anatomy and physiology. It's so nice to meet all of you. As a disclaimer, it's totally fine if you want to keep your cameras off. It would be lovely to meet you though. So if you wanted to turn your cameras on, it would be great to see you. Hi, Sam. Hi, Robin.
Hi.
How's everyone doing this morning after the long weekend?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, we went to a cottage in this long weekend. It was a nice weather. Yeah, pretty
Nice.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great weekend for a cottage. Nice way to end the summer months. So I'm just going to wait a couple more minutes as we wait for people to come on. Good morning, Inessa. So we're going to start with a little bit of an icebreaker today just to get to know each other. I know sometimes with Zoom, it can be a little challenging to really get to connect to your classmates and your instructor. So I want to take some time to just get familiar with each other because we're going to be spending some time together for sure this semester. So I'll start. I'm Dr. Monica. I'm a rehab chiropractor. I'm a big fan of anatomy. So that's how I kind of got into teaching it. I teach for a functional anatomy seminar series called Immaculate Dissection. And we teach a lot of functional anatomy assessments and how to treat common physical ailments based on injuries. And I have a practice in Vaughan and Toronto and virtually. My passion for acupuncture actually started in chiropractic college. I started to do my master's in acupuncture and oriental medicine while I was in school in upstate New York. And I just didn't get to finish because I ran out of money. But I got all the way to my first set of clinicals and just absolutely loved what acupuncture could do in combination with movement-based therapies as well. So I find it very powerful on its own, but also very powerful in conjunction with other types of therapies and medicines. So very, very excited to know why you're all taking acupuncture and what your backgrounds are. So whoever would like to start, just, either unmute yourselves and share your name, why you're here, what brought you here.
Hi, may I first?
Yeah, Sam, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Sam. My background is automation. So in last 20 years, I learned the software, firmware, hardware, and from the millimeter to nanometer. So I don't like anymore. I think it's very cold. It's when you talk to people with a machine, how to build a machine, how to make it more easier, or how to add AI or big data, kind of these things. And I think I want to switch my career, and I find Chinese medicine, we can help a lot of people. We can save some, how to say, make the people have a better life. So this is the reason I come to this learning. This is my second semester. I'm so enjoying. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing, Sam. What a different background to come from. Who else? Who would like to speak?
I can go after Sam. Morning, everyone. I have completely different background. It's far from the medicine, but my brother, he is a doctor. My young brother, he is a doctor. He is surgeon, and I'm also close to the medicine, but my background is in mining. It's metal. I'm metal, actually. If you think about the constitution and 5 elements, I'm metal. So I'm going and I have to go further, and I collected my knowledge that I got from my life experience, and eventually I made a decision with my husband's support to go and get knowledge in Chinese medicine, in acupuncture, and then and it was long journey because I faced a lot of problem with Canadian healthcare system. And I didn't find question that I face with my health, with my friends' health, and completely different issues. I didn't find any answer, and I'm very lucky because I used to our family used to live in Markham in Chinese community for 8 years. And I got a lot of friends and people from my English classes, and they slowly introduced me to Chinese medicine. There were healthcare providers. No, one was acupuncturist who came from China, and that guy, I remember Jeremy, his name. He was that time he was acupuncturist from China, and from him I learned a lot of things during English classes. What is that? And slowly it took me like, I'm too late, I should come and learn medicine, Chinese medicine, like 10 years ago. But I wasn't sure that where am I and where is medicine. Chinese medicine, it's just completely different planet. And slowly just I decided I should go, and I'm here. I'm no regrets. I am very passionate and very hungry for that knowledge, and I was so It was boring during this break. After my first semester, I just waiting when we will start, because it's so not all the time sitting and learning, and now finally I'm here.
Amazing. Well, glad to have you here,
We will
MSc.
start next semester. Yeah.
And Robin, I saw you put your hand up.
Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me? Because I have these aren't okay, wonderful. My Wi-Fi is terrible today. I keep on being cut in and out, so hopefully I won't miss too much. My name is Robin. This is so I'm taking it part-time as I work. This is my third year, but I'm actually just finishing the last set of classes for the first term. I am taking it because it works. Chinese medicine, specifically acupuncture. I'm in the acupuncture program. I have had many treatments, and I've thoroughly enjoyed the program so far. My outside of this course, what do? I do a couple of things. I do.
Oh, sorry, Ali, can you mute yourself? Ali? Hi, can you hear us, Ali? Can you mute yourself?
Yeah. How are you doing? I'm sorry, I was searching for your link. I was trying to get connected, so
I'm sorry, Ali.
talking to the college.
I'm so sorry, Ali. Can you mute yourself?
No, I'm very sorry because it was my father. I was looking to my emails for a link because previously I was receiving a link from the college.
No problem.
But, it's my first time getting connected to the Toronto campus. So it's my pleasure to be in your class for anatomy and physiology.
Thanks, Ali. If you
Would
don't mind,
if I connect my headphones so I can hear you better? I'm in a public place. I'm sorry.
علی خاموش کن میوت کن خودتو.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Ali, can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah, my full name is Ghulam Reza Korn Ali.
علی میوت کن فعلا.
Oh yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Paymane.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Robin. Go ahead.
It's okay. So what I do normally is I do ceramics. I teach ceramics, and I'm also the technician in the studio, and that's what I do. And that's full-time, more than full-time.
Wow.
That's it.
Amazing. I love the various backgrounds we're getting here. It's going to bring some good experience to your practices. It's wonderful. Who would like to go next? Hi, how do I pronounce your name? Oh. Is this Mozgan? If everyone can put themselves on mute as we go around, that would be perfect. So please check your Zoom to make sure you're on mute. Okay, we'll have someone else go. Who would like to speak next?
I can speak.
All right.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Paymane. I interested in many years ago. I'm interested in metaphysics, and I did passed some courses in Reiki and some energy therapy, and finally I discovered acupuncture back home, and I passed 3 years and studied acupuncture. And when I came here, I just wished to continue my studying. And finally, I found the school, and yeah, I'm here, and I love that subject.
And just sorry if I missed it. Is this your first semester?
Is my second.
Semester.
Yes.
Nice. Amazing.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to start calling people if that's okay. I see Doris. Doris, would you like to introduce yourself? And you're on mute, Doris. Sorry. Doris, I think you're on mute.
Oh,
There we
sorry. So now it's okay. So, my English name is Doris. My Chinese name is Xingyue. Before I was landscape architecture, but I always interested traditional Chinese medicine. I have some friends. They are Chinese traditional medicine doctor. So but before I never think someday I will TCM student. And this year I make a decision. I want to give myself a chance to learn TCM. Yeah.
Amazing. Thanks
Yeah.
for being here.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to move on to Anna. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, morning everyone. My name's Anna. I work in the medical spa, so I know how the benefit for the traditional Chinese medicine. So I choose this course because that's the main reason. And the second reason, I'm the one super scared of needle. So I want to win myself, to keep myself, improve myself. So that's why I choose this course. And this is my second semester. So nice to meet everybody. Sorry, I'm driving. So
Well,
hope
nice
everybody enjoy the
to
course. Thank you.
Very brave of you. Those who are scared of needles, I can relate to that. And
Yeah.
hopefully
Yeah.
this will slowly help you. So
But yeah,
congratulations.
I'm so happy because I joined with the right team and my classmates helped me a lot. And
Yeah.
after the first year semesters, I improved a little bit, but still. Thank you,
Wonderful.
everyone.
Thank you. Safe driving.
Thank you.
And then next we have Lily. Would you like to introduce yourself, Lily?
Hi, good morning. So my name's Lily. I'm in my second semester. We just finished our first term courses, and we've actually met a lot of people in this group already in person. So it's really nice to be with you guys again. Well, I was studying immunology and economics for my bachelor degree, and I didn't know what I wanted to do after my university, so I went into retail, and it was a nice time working, but I still think like medicine, it's a great like a great career path. So I wanted to try it, like especially traditional Chinese medicine, because I was learning Western medicine in the past, and my family background is more into like traditional medicine. So I think maybe it's a good opportunity to like integrate both knowledge. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm being here. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing, Lily. And then next up, you. Would you like to introduce yourself? Are you there? Maybe not. Leanne, are you there? Okay, how about Mozgan? All right, I'm gonna circle right through. How about Igor?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Igor.
How's it going? Yeah, this is my second semester of studying Chinese medicine and acupuncture because I spent so much time studying these subjects on my own that I figured I'd do it formally. I've got a big interest in both just medicine in general, energy medicine in particular, and very interested in the use of things like microcurrent and you know light and all that stuff, all that kind of energy use in energy medicine as well as ancient medicine. So yeah, I'm liking the course a lot, and I'm excited to learn both. Learn more in depth, anatomy and physiology, and this Western medicine as well. So
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. And then last but not least, Ali, would you like to introduce yourself? Oh, did we lose you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing, doctor?
Good, nice to meet you.
I apologize for the mess up at the beginning because I'm in a public place and I was not planning to be here all of a sudden, and searching for your link and then connecting, and I wasn't hearing you, able to hear you, and you were asking me to off the microphone. I'm sorry for that. Anyway.
No problem. You're here now, so why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm basically I'm a physician from Iran, and I've been practicing for maybe more than 29 years. So I came to Canada nearly 4 and 5 years ago, before COVID-19 starts. And since then, I didn't get registration here, and I was planning to get into a profession so I can use my experience. Along with that, I get a new, experience in some new fields. So because I had some knowledge previously about traditional Chinese medicine, and I was working on some herbals in my country, in Iran. And from the other side, I'm graduated from India in 1992. So I wanted to get something new. And the best thing is the traditional Chinese medicine. And I'm happy that I finished the first semester. I really gained a lot from it. I'm very keen to continue to maybe higher levels. And it's my pleasure to be with you today for the anatomy and physiology.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love that we have such a wide range of experiences in the room. So thank you all for being here. And this is a two-way learning streak, is what I look at it, is the classroom is not just for students to learn, but for me to learn from you as well. So as we go along, I'll be learning how you appreciate learning, and hopefully I can make it a little bit easier. So we're going to go through the syllabus to start, just so we have a good grasp on how this year or this semester is going to go. So I'll ask, if you don't mind, to mute yourselves if you're not already muted, just so there's a limit of background noise and internet cutoffs that can happen sometimes. So I'm going to share our screen here. Let's go here. So you should be able to see this example of the course syllabus. Let me know if you can't. And so we're starting off with week 1. Obviously, today is the intro. We're going to get into, we basically are going to hit the ground running. So originally, when they had designed anatomy, and physiology as 2 separate courses. And I believe for the last few years, they've meshed them together as anatomy and physiology 1, and then anatomy and physiology 2. So that means that there's a lot of information happening in a short amount of time. And my hope is to get you as prepared as possible to be able to handle your board exams and to be able to understand anatomy and physiology too when you take it. So let's look at the different activities here. There's going to be a few ways to get your marks in this class. One of them is we're going to have a quiz basically every week starting next week. And quizzes will be online in the AMP Educator. If you go under tests and quizzes, you'll be able to access them every time they're available. And they'll last anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes, depending on their length. And each quiz is worth 2% for a total of 10 quizzes, which is 20% of your final grade. And so you can see down here, we have 10 quizzes at 2% each, which is 20% of your final grade. Each quiz is going to be based on the lecture that happened the week before. There's very few times that it will include multiple lectures. Most of the time, it's just covering the information from the week before to help you keep up with studying along the way. We're going to have 2 palpation labs, and these are going to be done virtually, so not in person. And each lab is 5%. You either get the 5% or you don't get the 5%. So if you show up and you participate, and I can tell that you're participating during that class for the whole class, you'll get the 5% for attending and partaking in the palpation lab. So what that means is for palpation lab, your cameras will be on. You'll be actively engaging in that class that day together as a group. And we're going to be going through finding different structures. And this kind of piggybacks on some of your points classes. We're not going to be going over points, but we're going to be going over anatomical locations of bony landmarks that you'll need to find. And then every week, again, starting next week, you're going to have assignments due. And these assignments are going to be due by 9 a.m. every Tuesday. And you'll submit them directly onto AMP Educator, hopefully, or if you have any trouble with AMP Educator, you can email it to me. But I do prefer you upload directly to AMP Educator. And these are going to be 10 assignments due, and they're 1% each, which then ends up being 10% of your final grade. We'll go through what the assignment should look like in a second. And then you're going to have a midterm exam worth 20% of your final grade and a final exam worth 40% of your final grade. Most of the questions for the quizzes, the midterm, and final exam are all going to be multiple choice, or you might see a diagram that you have to label using multiple choice options. And so there won't be any short answer questions for this course. This will all be done online, except our midterm exam and our final exam will take place in person at the Toronto campus. So please note, your midterm exam and your final exam are in person at the Toronto campus. In the past, there have been no accommodations made for anyone that lives far away or can't make it in person. It's assumed that if you're taking this course that's run out of Toronto and Markham, that you will be taking the course in person. The option is, if they're able to get you a proctor for your exam in Markham, you can take it in Markham on the same day at the same time. But it will have to be in person and proctored on site at either the Markham or Toronto campus on the midterm day and on the final day. You're doing them on your computer. You're just in person when you're doing them. So far, does anyone have any questions regarding that?
Nope.
Okay. Perfect. So, a little bit more about the assignments. So when we look at our syllabus here, you're going to see that next week you have your first quiz and your first assignment due. So quiz 1 will start right at 9 a.m. online. You're going to log into AMP Educator. You're also going to log into the Zoom lecture, and you'll turn all your microphones and microphones off. And you'll have the allotted time, whether it be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes for the quiz, to do the quiz right away. So as soon as you log into Zoom and AMP Educator, you'll log into your quiz and you'll start the quiz. Once you're done, you hit submit, and then class will begin for that day. That's going to happen every single week. So 9 a.m. every week starting next week, you're going to have a quiz. I just want you to wrap your heads around that. So if you need to have extra time to do other things, you might need to plan around it, because class will start right at 9 a.m. every Tuesday, and your quiz will be right at 9 a.m. every Tuesday. The time cannot be moved. Your assignments will be due by 9 a.m. every Tuesday. So that means by 8:59 a.m. on Tuesday, your assignment should be uploaded into AMP Educator in the appropriate place, and we'll go over what it should look like. And that'll be every Tuesday. So these mini assignments are going to be questions that you create based on the lecture before. So for example, this week we're going over the basics of anatomy and physiology, the characteristics of life, the maintenance of life, and the organization of the human body. So then you're going to take a look at that material and you're going to create 5 multiple choice questions. Each question is going to have 4 options for answers, with 1 answer being correct and 3 wrong answers. Or you can do the all of the above option, but basically you're creating multiple choice answers, questions, 5 of them to submit. And so you're going to create a Word document, have your 5 questions with 4 options underneath them, and you're going to highlight which answer is correct so that you're telling me which one is the answer, while the other ones are incorrect or not applicable. And then you'll submit that onto AMP Educator before Tuesday at 9 a.m. every week. Those assignments do a few things. They help you review your lecture in a way that's going to kind of promote you to really dig into the material and make sure you're able to understand it. A lot of times, if you're able to teach material or explain it in a certain way, you're grasping that knowledge a little bit deeper than just listening to a lecture. And so that's one way that's going to help you study for your quizzes and help you study for your midterms and finals and for your board exams. The other thing this assignment is for is that I might take some of those really good questions that you create, and you might see them on your midterm, you might see them on your final. So what you're doing is helping me create exams that are a little more familiar to you. So you might see some of your own questions on there, meaning it may help you kind of ease the pressure of a midterm and final exam. So in the past, I've used about 10 to 20% of questions for a midterm coming from students, and 10 to 20% of questions coming from students for the final exam. So you'll see some familiar things there that might just help you get through the exam a little bit better, but also know the material really well. Questions? Okay.
Yes, can I ask you a question? Do we have access to the question designed by other classmates?
I'll put up an example and I'll send it to you through email if that's okay. That way you have an idea of what it should look like. Cool.
I mean to the questions or assignments submitted by other classmates. For example, I'm submitting 5 questions, okay? Do others have access to see the questions?
I see what you're asking. No, but you're welcome to share them with each other. And so that way you can, if you want to create a little group, email group
Yes.
within each other, you guys can share it with each other.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a great way to do it. Also, before the midterm and before the final, we go through a review class. And in that review class, we'll go over a bunch of the questions that you've created. So you'll have access to that document, but it won't be until the closer to the midterm and final. But if you wanted to share ahead of time, that's totally whoever wants to do that. You're more than welcome to do with your own consent. Great idea, Ali. In the past, students have actually gotten together if they could to do the questions together so that they weren't creating the same questions. I thought that was kind of creative. But I understand, you know, time is of essence, so that might not be a thing that you can coordinate all the time. But great idea on wanting to share it together. Okay, so we're going to take a look at how to submit the question. So my side of AMP Educator looks different than the student side. So you might have to walk through AMP Educator on your own. And I would suggest doing that sometime after today's class, is take some time to really get familiar with your AMP Educator settings, because I don't want you to have a struggle with trying to find the links to the Zoom. I know a bunch of you had some of that today, but also the links to the tests and quizzes. So get really, really familiar with what's on AMP Educator and how to submit things and how to sign up for things. We have a little question here. Oh, cool. Lily says that there's a WhatsApp group chat, Ali. So you guys can maybe send each other the group chat details if you all want to join that. That's great. So let me pull up the AMP Educator, and it's going to look a little bit different than yours, I think. So you should be able to see my screen here. It says BME-501 Anatomy and Physiology, Tuesday AM. So I have these tabs over here. You might have tabs on the side here. So if anyone is available right now to confirm for me, do they look the same-ish? Are there similar tabs available, or what tabs are available to you? Leanne says yes. Hi, Leanne.
Hello.
Okay, so we have a few things. We have assignments. So if you were to click on this right side, or if you had tabs up top, you would click on the assignment button when you want to upload your assignment. And I'm going to do this. You can see that you'll have your name probably only that pops up. And then you're going to submit the assignment on here. I'll go through the formatting of the assignment in a moment. So every time there's an assignment due, you're going to do that. And you can see the due dates are listed, September 10th, 9 a.m. So anything that's submitted late will get a mark of 0. There are no exceptions. If I make one exception, I'll have to make exceptions for everybody, and that just gets too complicated. So please just be mindful of that. I'm not sure why this one says 3:46 p.m. So I'm going to go ahead and change that now. There we go. So they're all due by 9 a.m. on the due date. And then when we go to, I think you can go to tests or evaluations, and you'll find when there's a test available, you'll be able to click it at the time that you're allowed to start, and it will take you to the test screen. So those will be the two main places aside from the actual Zoom classroom. And so you'll log into AMP Educator, and then you do a little drop down, and then you're able to use this little join URL link. It looks like a little link symbol. You'll click on that link to pull up Zoom like you did today. So if you have any trouble with these, the best person to contact with any tech related issues or any admin related issues would be to contact Rutong at the OCTCM email, that admin email. And you can also CC me just so I'm kept in the loop with what might be happening in case I'm able to step in and help. But if it's a tech-related, AMP educator-related thing, Rutong's the best person to contact because she is awesome. She will send you screenshots or walk you through it one by one to really understand how AMP educator works. Okay, how are we all doing so far? Okay. I know it's a lot. Okay.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
Yes, thank you. I don't know what's the subject of the assignment and how we should do it.
Yeah, so we'll go through that now. So I'm going to pull up an example. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. It's a perfect example here. Okay. So here's an example for assignment number 1. For example, here are 5 questions that have been created. And as you can see, they have 4 options listed below, and the one that's highlighted is the correct answer. And so there's a few things to note here. This is the format of the actual assignment, 5 questions with 4 multiple choice options, highlighting or indicating the correct answer. You'll save it as a doc file or a PDF file, either one works. And you're going to save it with a specific name. And so you're going to save it as, you're going to indicate your name and the assignment number. So for example, this example here, I put Monica, assignment 1. And each assignment is going to be labeled and saved that way. And then you'll upload it onto AMP Educator by the due date in due time. So I'll put a similar example of this in communications. And so you'll get an email with an example that you can use. I'll include just one question. I won't include 5. But then you'll take that and use that as your example moving forward for all 10 assignments. The important part is all 5 questions must be there with all 4 options for those questions, and you have to indicate the correct answer, and you have to label it correctly. All those things have to be in place, so the file name matters. Your name and the assignment number has to be there. It just makes life so much easier for me to know who completed this assignment and which assignment it is, and then I can grade it accordingly. If you're missing any information, you get 1 time to mess that up, okay? You get 1 time to figure it out. I will allow you to do 1 resubmit for the first assignment. After that, every assignment will receive a 5 or like a completion, or a non-complete. So you either get the mark or you don't get the mark. So a few things to remember, right? And I'll write this out to you in an email. 5 questions, multiple choice, 4 options for each question, indicating the correct answer. So it has to be clear to me which one you think is correct. And then when you save the file, either as a doc file or PDF, the file name has to show your name and the assignment number. Cool. All on the same page?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes,
if you
thank
do
you.
all those, you follow all those parameters, you'll get a mark of complete, which then gives you the percentage for that assignment. If anything is missing, you'll have an option, you'll have a chance to do one resubmit, which I'll reach out to you personally to say, hey, you can resubmit this by this time. And there you go. Moving forward, though, you won't have that option. It'll just show as not complete. So please pay attention to what you're submitting. It matters. Okay. So now let's take a look at the syllabus. Paymene, does that help your question? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
So
Okay. So every week, like I said, we have a quiz at the beginning of the class, sharp at 9 a.m. And then right after that class will begin. The assignments will be due by 9 a.m. at the beginning, by the beginning of class every Tuesday. So if you wanted to hand it in Monday night or Sunday night or for the day after the class, whatever, as long as it's in by the next class, 9 a.m., that assignment will be counted as submitted, and then I will take a look at it. So anatomy and physiology, it's a lot. I'm not going to downplay the information. I'm not going to say that this is going to be easy, but I'm going to do my best to make it as easy as possible. One way to make this easier for yourselves is I would suggest setting aside some time after class, if you don't have a class right after, or at least later on that day, to do some review. All these lectures are going to be recorded, so you'll have access to the entire lecture. As soon as it's made available, it will be put on to AMP Educator, and you'll be able to access the recording. The recording can be found. It'll show up basically when you go to today's class. It'll show up underneath, like this little camera button should be somewhere for you to be able to access the lectures. And so you'll be able to do that and review anything that you might need to hear again. If you have questions between classes, don't shy away from emailing me. Please reach out and I will do my best to respond, usually within 24 hours. So give me some time. Unless it's a weekend, I try and get back to you by at least that Monday or Monday afternoon. If we end up going back and forth with the same question and it's not clear, I'll be happy to set some office hours together so that we can actually meet like this and go over a few things. But this way, any questions that you have, we'll keep them a little bit offline. As much as I'd like to answer questions as a group, unless I'm hearing, from a few students that they have the same question, then I might review it that next class. But as you can see with this syllabus, we have a lot to cover every class. And so my goal is to stick to the lecture material, and any questions I can answer outside of class, I definitely will. And I'll bring the answers into class as well as a group, because if one of you has that question, chances are a lot of you have the same question. And I'd love to, just make sure everyone's on the same page. We come from a variety of backgrounds, right? So let me know, have any of you taken anatomy and physiology before, or is this basically brand new right now? Aliyah, I know you may have. Who else has or hasn't? Where are we all with our anatomy and physiology?
I've taken it before, but I was at another school and it was only anatomy. So I took the entire anatomy curriculum, but then now I have to retake it with physiology combined. So I'm pretty happy. It's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it will be. I'm hoping it will be for you. Who else has taken, or is this, you can put your hands up on the screen, but is this your first time taking anatomy and physiology since high school?
I feel like by looking at the syllabus, some of the material I'm familiar with, but I'm not sure if they're exactly the same or not.
Okay. Yeah, so I know for a lot of my previous students in these classes, they've taken anatomy and physiology. The last time was like grade 11 or grade 12. So this class is designed to kind of bring you up to speed with that anatomy and that physiology. So it is a lot of information. Somebody has described it to me when I was learning. It's like drinking through a fire hose. And so it's a lot of information coming at you. So the point isn't to try and remember all the nitty-gritty details right now. The point is to listen during class and maybe make a couple of notes where you might need more clarification. There's a lot of online resources. I sent out an email, I believe it was last week, with some online resources available to you that you can use as secondary to your lecture material. Your lecture material will be the bread and butter of all of your questions for your quizzes and assignments and all that stuff and exams. And so all the information is within the lecture notes themselves. If you need textbooks, you can look at things like Guyton and Hall, that's in the library at the Toronto campus or Markham campus. For anatomy, there's Frank Netter. There's the Anatomy Trail Guides book. For anatomy itself, a lot of students really liked getting an anatomy coloring book, which was super helpful. I saw students go from being really overwhelmed with all the things and locations of things to, wow, this just made it so much easier. And it kind of made the class a little bit fun for them because they were able to do coloring. So I'd highly suggest getting the anatomy coloring book if it's within your means, as a way to study the anatomy piece to this course. Let me take a look here. Inessa, yeah, you took it in high school. So some of this is going to be a review of high school anatomy and physiology. It doesn't go much further than that. I will try and bring some clinical aspects to this. As we go into deeper into physiology concepts, that's something I will include some videos on YouTube to have more deeper explanations in a more fun way to grasp the information. But really, using your previous experience with learning, take advantage of how you learn material. So if you're someone that's more touch-based, luckily for you, you are your own anatomy textbook. So you can, as you're learning the locations of things, you can use yourself, right, to study your anatomy, which we get to a little bit later on in the course. For the physiology, if you're someone that needs to write or type along the way, absolutely do that. If you're someone that needs to review right after class, use that method. If you're good about studying in groups, I would highly encourage that with your classmates to go through this information together and quiz each other. But then remember, there's also that assignment. I tried to come up with an assignment that was going to encourage you to review the material and try and grasp, how to create an answer forces you to think in a certain way about the material. So I'm hoping that that also helps you review in a more successful way. Okay, with that being said, it is now 9:50, so we're going to take a little break and we're going to come back for 10 o'clock to start our course together. But if you have any questions, please, you can drop them in the box.
Dr. Monica, can I ask a question? Do we receive any feedback on the questions we submit for assignment?
Yeah, so what I end up doing is I'll review them, and if they're way off, like if the answer is incorrect or I feel like you've gotten the concept wrong, you'll get feedback to know that, how to fix that up. That doesn't affect your grade with the assignment. Okay, so let's take a little break and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Okay, coming back here. Hope you guys had a nice little break. So let's get started with today's course. Actually, just a quick note for the course. In order for you to pass the course, you must have a grade of 60%, 60. So in order for you to pass any quizzes or tests, you must also have a passing grade of 60 on each of those, just so you know. If you have any questions about that, please do let me know. I've also just sent an email reminding you of the assignment conversation we just had and the quiz conversation we just had. But throughout the course, I'll constantly be reminding you. I know it's a lot to take in on this first day. So we'll just do our best as we move along. In order to, also a quick note on attendance. In order to mark you here, I have to know that it's not just your name that I'm seeing. I have to be able to know that you've been actually in the course with us today or in general. And you have to be present for at least about 60% of the class, which means a little bit beyond the halfway point. So class runs till 1 o'clock. It's a 4-hour class. And so if you've been here for 2.5-ish hours out of the 4, you will be marked present. But I need to know that you're present. So whether you're typing into the chat every so often, or if I call upon you to answer or say something, I need to know that you're actually there and not just here in spirit, for you to have the attendance marked as present. So please do keep that in mind. Okay. Let me pull up the slides for you for lecture 1. Make it more screen savvy here. All right, so welcome to Anatomy and Physiology 1. Like I said, I'm Dr. Monica Chadha. You can just call me Monica. I'm a rehab chiropractor and movement coach. I have a clinic in Vaughan and Toronto in Liberty Village. I also see patients virtually. I'm a really, really big fan of virtual care because I can watch anyone move from anywhere. I also love teaching anatomy. I'm a teaching team member for Immaculate Dissection, which is a functional anatomy seminar series. And it's available for practitioners and coaches in the health and movement industry. The co-founders, Dr. Kathy Dooley and Dr. Anna Folcomer, actually have backgrounds in acupuncture and oriental medicine as well. Dr. Kathy Dooley is a rehab chiropractor as well as an anatomist and teaches in many med schools in the US. And Dr. Anna Folcomer is a doctor of Chinese medicine and acupuncture, and a big enthusiast for anatomy as well. Anatomy and physiology. Anatomy can be challenging, but not knowing it can be more of a challenge for us. So knowing your anatomy allows you to become a better diagnostician and a better clinician. And this is also true for physiology. Physiology allows you to really understand the behind the scenes processes of the human body and how it interacts with its external and internal environment alike. This course is going to do something where we are going to take something that's very microscopic and start to blow it up and see it on a grander scale. And so we start with the very, very basics of physiology, being, the atom and the cell, and how those become things like our tissues and our muscles and our bones. And then we start to look at how those interact with each other and with the environment around us and how that plays a part in our health. So some of the course objectives that we're going to be working through, which are going to be the mainstays of why we're doing this, is to be able to explain the organization of body systems. That's what we're going to work on today. We're going to explain our primary functions of these systems, and we're going to describe the coordination and regulation of these systems. We're going to talk about homeostasis and describe the role of controlling mechanisms in maintaining what is called homeostasis, and relating imbalances of homeostasis to common dysfunctions and illnesses in our body. By the end of this course, you'll be able to describe the basic cell structure and the processes within those cells, the structure and function of our body tissues, the glands, and the membranes. You'll be able to locate major bones, muscles, and blood supply of the head, the trunk, and the limbs. You're going to be able to describe joint ranges of motion, how joints articulate, and the role of major muscles in the coordination of movement. You're going to identify areas of the abdomen and the thorax and their corresponding internal organs and structures. You'll describe the bioenergetics and metabolism of things like carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, nucleic acids, and amino acids. And you're also going to be able to explore and explain the role of vitamins and minerals, enzymes, and hormones. So you can see that there's a lot to cover, and by the end of this course, I promise you it will start to make more and more sense. So as we go through the course together, concepts from previous lectures, you might start to be like, oh, that finally makes sense. Because right now, when you're just looking at things, it's going to sound like you're learning a new language. And so much like learning a new language, we're going to start by just learning the alphabet of this language. And as we understand the alphabet, we start to string things together and make words. And as we string those words together, we make sentences. As we string the sentences together, there's paragraphs, so on and so forth. And this is how this course is designed. Here's some other texts and references that you can use. And so I went through some of the lecture notes are really based on the Principles of Anatomy and Physiology, the 14th edition by Wiley. So that's one reference you can either find at a used bookstore or online if you're able to. I used the 4th edition of Netter. There's definitely newer editions that look way better, but that's the Atlas of Human Anatomy that I reference. There's an online anatomy and physiology textbook that you can check out. There's an online Western medicine textbook that you can also take a look at. There's a few videos that describe physiological concepts really, really well in a cute way as well. It's the Amoeba Sisters YouTube channel. It's a nice little cartoon. You'll see it throughout our lectures as well. But they describe concepts in a fun way, more fun than I ever could. If you're into anatomy like myself, and you think you're going to really end up using it through your practice in a way that requires you to understand the functionality really, really well, there's this thing called the Complete Human Anatomy app. Comes in super handy for studying, but also for further learning and further exploring with your patients. You'll be able to kind of go into the app and move things around. It's a 3D app online, but it does come at a cost. I think the student fee is a lot cheaper. So if you sign up as a student for it, it is a lot more affordable. So if that's within your means, I highly encourage it. And then I included an Amazon link here if you're interested in the coloring book I was talking about. I have no affiliation with this whatsoever. Students just really, really loved it. I loved it when I was studying anatomy. It was a great way to enhance the learning process. So the Frank Netter Anatomy Coloring Book, super helpful resource. So that's in your notes there, and you can take a look through it whenever you want. How to study. So yeah, there is a lot of information, and you're in an advanced biomedical program and you will be treating patients. We will be colleagues, and the standard of care and understanding is going to be held to a high level, because not only will you be communicating with patients, but you're going to be also communicating with other medical professionals. I hope you hold me to the same high standards that I hold you, because this respect goes both ways. I look forward to treating patients with you down the road, and I hope you do as well. So I want to create this nice learning environment where I know that our patients are going to the right people together. So understanding your anatomy and physiology and becoming a really good diagnostician is really, really important. As you know, as people have talked about struggles in the healthcare system, I think the defining difference is understanding the background of where, one, being a good human being, obviously, which I'm sure I don't have to teach any of you because you all seem wonderful and amazing. Understanding the anatomy and physiology is what's going to set you apart as a practitioner. Learning this language helps you build your knowledge base. You build your knowledge base, your ability to diagnose better, and therefore have treatments that are more focused towards a proper diagnosis. As I mentioned, this information can feel like you're drinking from a fire hose. So studying diligently, and wherever you feel stuck with concepts, write those questions down and reach out. Ask each other, ask me, look up resources. So a few points on how to study is, reviewing the lecture videos, reviewing the notes, using the extra resources for clarification where you feel like you need more information or information in a different way than I've presented. Email me, ask me questions. I'm here in between classes. I'll definitely get back to you. And if I don't know the answer, I will find it for you. I will find you the place. Like I said, I'm forever a student and learning in this process as well. So help me learn better with you. For anatomy, I've heard people really succeed with partner studying, using the Complete Anatomy app, if that's within your means, the anatomy coloring book, or use your own anatomy to study. Okay. So anatomy and physiology. When we look at this big picture, we can see how it's broken down. Living organisms are going to be any living thing that functions as an individual entity. And they're going to have a variety of characteristics that are displayed to different degrees. They're going to be able to respire, which means to breathe. They're going to be able to move. They're going to be able to respond to stimuli. They're going to be able to reproduce, to grow, and they're dependent on their environment. The basic unit of life is the cell. So when we look at the cell, this is the very basic unit of all life. And life is going to require information flow within itself and between cells and between the environment and that organism. These living organisms have to get matter and energy from the external world. So for example, our forms of energy, we have basically two. We get energy from the air we breathe and the food we eat. And this is from our environment. And this energy or this matter is going to allow us to obtain energy from it. This matter and energy has to be transformed and transferred in various ways to build up the organism and to perform work. When we look at this word right here, homeostasis, or stability in a general sense, homeostasis is what helps us maintain our internal environment in a more or less constant state, which is compatible with life. And we're going to dig deeper into this concept in a moment. So hang on to that homeostatic thought. When we want to understand the behavior of an organism, it requires understanding the relationship between structure and between function at each and every level of that organization. So understanding structure and function, such as anatomy and physiology, is going to matter when we look at how a living organism interacts with its environment. Living organisms are going to carry out functions at different levels of organization simultaneously. So at the same time that you're breathing, you're speaking, you're looking, you're listening, you're feeling. All of these senses are happening at the same time that you're digesting, and that you're might be reproducing or getting ready to fight an illness. All these processes that are happening in the background at all times in different systems at different levels of organization without you even consciously being aware of it. And it's just happening. And then we have life of this organism that's existing within an ecosystem made up of chemical, physiological, and biological worlds. And so the life around us, how it impacts us, the life within us, and how that impacts us, and then the different systems that we're a part of. You're a different person sometimes at work, at school, as a student, as a mother, as a father, as a sister, as a brother, as a partner, as a friend, right? Your entire ecosystem helps you design who you are and how you respond. And then based on scientific explanation, we have evolution, and it gives us the explanation of the history of life on Earth and the mechanisms by which these changes have happened to lives and how that's how it's occurred. So let's take a look at structure and function and homeostasis. So we have anatomy. Ding, ding, nudge, nudge. You might want to know what these terms are. So anatomy is the study of structure of the human body. And physiology is the study of function of the human body. So when you look at things like our joints and our bones and our muscles and our tendons and our ligaments, and you look at your body parts, and you look at the organs as an entity, those are structures of the human body. So anatomy is studying the structure of those parts. How those things function, how muscles grow, how cells differentiate between being a bone cell versus a muscle cell versus a cardiac muscle cell versus a skeletal muscle cell. How those things function is the study, is physiology. And so you can see structure and function are so closely related that it would make sense to learn them together in Anatomy and Physiology 1. So why do we study anatomy and physiology? Who has an idea? Why is it important for us? Jump in. You can unmute yourselves and just jump in.
Well, you kind of need to know where you're sticking that needle, where you're pushing, and it better not be in where it shouldn't be. And also the physiology in terms of, well, why is this hurting, or, you know, what is happening to the anatomy that is. So yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
exactly.
To my idea, if you want to know the basics for abnormality, you should know the normals. And knowing normal anatomy of human being and the physiology, how the systems and different organs are functioning, is necessary to understand which is abnormal. If you know the normal, you can differentiate and appreciate the abnormal, so you can proceed in the treatment.
Beautiful, Robin. Beautiful, Ali. That was so well said. You know, I think it's you're 100% right. Knowing why you're treating something and where to properly put things is going to matter, especially in the context of acupuncture, right? And understanding what you're influencing in those different locations is important for the treatment of that patient and what they're experiencing. And then Ali, you kind of, you know, put the cherry on top by saying, if you don't know, if you know what is normal, then you can tell what is abnormal. And at the very least, that gives you an idea that this doesn't look normal. It just looks like something's up. And having that differentiation is going to be so important in you being able to properly diagnose and then, of course, treat what you're going to see in clinic.
And
And so
also, I would like to add, oh, sorry for interruption. And I would like to add that not only normal, so we have to know how it work normal and how it function. And also we can do diagnosis, but it also depends in the different period of time. So adulthood, it's different, childhood, it's different. So it's different also, the period of time, the age. Also, the function will be, diseases will be different. So we have to know also.
Very good point. Yes, it looks different in different people at different ages with different backgrounds, 100%. So understanding the function, the physiology of the human body allows us to have a better understanding of the dysfunction, the pathophysiology. Patho meaning abnormal and physiology meaning physiology. So this is where your understanding will lead to better treatments of pathophysiology, of disease, of abnormal function, which is why patients come to you in the first place. Most patients don't walk in and say, I feel great, I just want you to treat me. Although you might get some of those, which is awesome. Those are really fun patients to treat because you're just enhancing and optimizing function. But most of the time, people are coming to you because something's not feeling right. And so this is going to lead to a better diagnostic ability, and knowing your anatomy and knowing your physiology and how these things work together under normal circumstances will allow you to know where these structures are, how they work, and how to help restore healthy function when working with patients. Very good. So let's look at the levels of structural organization. Here I've listed out 6 of the ones that we're really going to focus on. So we have various levels of body organization. We start at what's the smallest, which is the chemical organization. We have cellular, we have tissue, we have organ, and then those organs come together to create a system. And those systems come together to create an organism. So we're going to break this down starting at the chemical level. The chemical level is the very basic level of organization. We're going to think things like atoms and molecules. This is the chemical level of organization. So when you think atoms, I want you to think of that periodic table of elements. Do you guys remember that? From chemistry, probably grade 9 and 10 chemistry or 11 chemistry, depending on which years you went to school. So if we think of the periodic table of elements, the atoms are the smallest unit of elements. Ding, ding, ding. Atoms are the smallest units of matter or elements that participate in chemical reactions. So these are things, for example, like carbon and oxygen and phosphorus and calcium and hydrogen and sulfur. When you see them on the periodic table of elements, these atoms contain protons, neutrons, and electrons. These are different charges that are associated with them. I don't want you to go and study the periodic table of elements. It's up to you if you'd like to. It's not required. You don't have to. I just want you to understand these terms, the terminology, the language. So we're looking at the very basic level of organization in the body, and it comes down to the very basic thing that creates all matter, atoms. And when we combine these atoms with 2 or more atoms present, we create a molecule. So for example, things like glucose and DNA, these are molecules. Inessa with the history lesson, thank you. So we have 2 or more atoms that join together. These create molecules. And as we join molecules together, we're going to create cells. And so we have various types of cells when we talk about the human form. We have muscle cells, we have nerve cells, we have blood cells, we have epithelial cells. There's various kinds of cells depending on the different tissues. We have bone cells. Every cell has its own function. So we have the cellular level of organization. We have the atom. 2 or more atoms create a molecule. And then when we add molecules together, we create cells. And these cells can differentiate into various types of cells, which have different functions within the body. When we group these cells together, this is how we get tissues. So now we're talking about the tissue level of organization. We went from chemical to cellular to tissue. So we group cells together to create tissues. So tissues are a group of cells and the material that surrounds them, and these work together to perform a particular function. So we have 4 types of tissues in our body. Ding, ding, nudge, nudge. You're going to hear me say ding, ding, nudge, nudge. You might want to know that information. So ding, ding, nudge, nudge. There's 4 types of tissues in the body. There's epithelial tissues. There's connective tissues. There's muscular tissue. And there's nervous tissue. Epithelial, connective, muscular, nervous. Epithelial tissues cover the body's surfaces. It's going to line hollow organs and cavities within our body, and it's going to form glands. That's epithelial tissue. So like our skin is epithelial tissue. Epithelial tissue lines the insides of our intestines, the inside of our stomach, hollow cavities. And hollow organs. It lines the inside of our nasal cavity, the inside of our mouth. Connective tissue, much like its name, connects. It's connecting, it's supportive, and it protects the body, the body's organs, while it distributes blood vessels to other tissues. So connective tissue is connective, supportive, and protects body organs while distributing blood vessels to other tissues. Muscular tissue, this tissue is contractile. It's going to contract to make body parts move, and it generates heat. Muscular tissue, think of our muscles. Think of our heart as a muscle tissue. It's going to contract to allow us to move and generates heat. Nervous tissue. This tissue carries information from one part of the body to another through nerve impulses. So think of our nerves. These are our information highway through our body. It's not anxious tissue, it's nervous. Ha. When we put these tissues together, we have what's called an organ. So different types of tissues join together to create an organ. Organs are structures that are composed of 2 or more different types of tissues, and they're going to have a specific function, and usually they have recognizable shapes, right? If I say lungs, you imagine a picture of lungs in your head, you already have an idea of what that looks like. If I say the kidneys, you know you're already looking at something that looks like a kidney. You can imagine the shape of the heart, the shape of the liver, the shape of the brain. So these are recognizable shapes. For example, in the case of the stomach and the tissue that it's made of, the outer covering of the stomach is a layer of epithelial tissue and connective tissue that reduces friction when it moves internally. Underneath, there are 3 layers of a type of muscular tissue called smooth muscle tissue, which contracts to churn and mix food and pushes it to the next digestive organ. And the innermost layer of that stomach tissue is epithelial tissue. And that's going to produce fluid and chemicals which are responsible for digestion in the stomach. So tissues have different functions, and there can be 2 or more within each organ to help it produce its proper function. And then when we take a bunch of organs together that function together, we have a system. So this is also known as the organ system level or the system level of organization. And so a system consists of related organs with a common function. So examples here are like the digestive system, where we have the mouth, the salivary glands, the pharynx, the esophagus, the stomach, the small and large intestine, the liver and the gallbladder, and the pancreas. All these different organs, all of a sudden, when you look at them together, have the function of digestion. They all partake in some form to help us digest the food that we're eating well. And so this is known as the digestive system. And organs can be a part of one or more systems. So while we have the mouth as a part of the digestive system, it's also part of the respiratory system. It helps us with breathing. All in all, there are 11 systems of the human body, and in detail, you'll learn about these systems in anatomy and physiology too, for the most part. We're going to go through majority of the skeletal system, the muscular system, and the nervous system together, and then the remainder of the systems you'll see in A&P2. So the 11 systems of the human body are the integumentary system, which is our skin, the skeletal system, the muscular system, and the nervous system. So our skeletal system is our bones, our blueprint of our body, basically. We have the muscular system, which is all of the muscles of our system. We have the nervous system, which is all of the nerves of our system. There's the endocrine system, which is in charge of hormonal control. We have the cardiovascular system, which is the heart and the lungs and how they move blood and energy through our body. We have the lymphatic system, which helps drain waste and unneeded materials through the body, but also helps with blood flow. We have the respiratory system, which is how we breathe and get oxygen and exchange oxygen. We have the digestive system, how we gain energy through the food we eat. We have the urinary system, how we excrete urine through our system and regulate blood pressure. And we have the reproductive system, how we create life. So you can see we have 11 systems of our human body, and within these systems, we have many organs that play roles in various systems. All of the parts of the human body function together to create our total organism. So you can see how we went from cellular, from the very basic atom, to molecules, to cells, to tissues, to organs, to systems, to organism. And this is how you're going to learn through the course. We're going to start with the very basic part and learn about the structure and the function together. When we're looking at an organism, we think about life, right? We're looking at how do we maintain life? We maintain life through a few characteristics. Through our ability to metabolize, which is obtaining energy from our environment to sustain our life. So this can include things like food, where we're breaking down molecules of food called catabolic, kata meaning breaking down, and anabolic, ana meaning building up, we're building up of molecules and reactions. And so metabolism is the breaking down and making and building up of molecules to sustain life through energy. We also have our ability to breathe or respire, which is gas exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide through our environment. So we breathe in oxygen, we breathe out carbon dioxide, and within us, gas exchange is happening at the level of the cell, at each cell. Our ability to respond to our environment externally and internally, this allows us to adapt and interact with our environment. This is another characteristic of living life. Our ability to move, the motion of our whole body or movement of individual organs, single cells, and even tiny structures within our cells gives us the characteristic of life, this ability to move. Our ability to increase in body size, known as growth, resulting from an increase in size of our existing cells or an increase of the number of cells that we have, allows us to grow. Something called differentiation, which is the development of a cell from an unspecialized cell to a specialized state. So we have stem cells that are precursor cells that can divide and give rise to cells that undergo differentiation to become things like muscle cells or nerve cells or whatever cell. And then reproduction, which refers to the formation of new cells for tissue growth, tissue repair, and tissue replacement, and also refers to the production of a new individual. In order to have this characteristic of life, we need to be able to maintain a certain balance, a certain state of stability, a certain state of ease, where everything is physiologically normal. Ali mentioned, we need to be able to study normal so that we can really understand when things go abnormal. And Inessa mentioned, we need to be able to differentiate this at different points in our life and know what is normal at different stages and for different people. So we have what's called homeostasis. This is the maintenance of life. So homeostasis, you can look at the description here for a second. It's the condition of equilibrium or balance in the body's internal environment due to its constant interaction with many regulatory processes. In essence, homeostasis is the body's ability to maintain a stable environment despite the changes in the external environment. So we're maintaining our internal environment at an optimal level at all times, no matter what's happening around us or within us. We're constantly adapting to this change to find balance. So an important aspect of homeostasis is the maintenance of volume and composition of body fluids. Things like our level of blood, our blood volume, must be maintained at a certain volume at all times. And our body is constantly producing and reproducing and managing levels of blood volume through our body, throughout the day, throughout our lives at various times, no matter what. It's a dynamic condition. Homeostasis is never static. It's dynamic. We're constantly adapting to changes around us and within us to maintain life. It allows us to remain at a level of ease. And when there's a disruption to homeostasis, it can lead to health issues and disease or dis-ease. And so in anatomy and physiology, homeostasis is going to be achieved and regulated from our internal environment through regulation and control systems within our body, through feedback mechanisms within our body, and through an integration of systems that work together to create homeostasis. So let's take a look at these 4 different things. So our internal environment. This is going to help us maintain the volume and composition of body fluids. Let me pause here for a second so far. Does anyone have any questions regarding homeostasis or thoughts regarding it? Oops. Example regarding responsiveness and differentiation. Sure, that's a great question. So responsiveness for characteristics of life is our ability to respond to stimulus. So for example, someone turns the light on when it's really dark and you go, oh, my eyes, right? You've just responded to something happening in your environment. Or if it's cold, you put on a sweater. That's your ability to respond to your external environment to maintain your homeostasis, or just living things respond to their environment. And so this allows you to adapt and interact with your environment. So that's what responsiveness is.
Can I add a comment on the responsiveness?
Sure, Ali, please.
Yeah, responsiveness is actually, it's as its name, it gives us a concept. It's a protective response, a protective method the body assumes to protect the normal and the homeostasis in any condition and in any situation. For example, if any object or anything comes near to the eye, the nervous system response is to close the eyelids, so protect the normal anatomy and physiology of the organ which is located at that place. For example, the eyeball. Okay, or when dust particle enters the respiratory tract, the responsiveness is cough to expel it out. So it's a protective method the body or the nature has created for the what we call it, protecting the homeostasis in some other word.
I love that. Thank you so much, Ali. I like the idea of it being protective. That's a great explanation.
So I have a question. Is it the stimulation always come from outside of the body or inside of the body?
Yeah, so it's not always outside. You're right. So the living organism, like for ourselves, for example, we can respond to something internal or external.
Okay.
And so if we're responding to an internal change, for example, yes, it's protecting us from something externally, but we're also going to respond to our own responses. So for example, you are in an exam situation, right? So the stimuli is external. You have an exam. You are nervous, and so your heart rate's going to go up. That's your responsiveness, is your heart rate is elevating due to this external anxiety. And to regulate that, you'll put in, you'll start breathing differently. You'll start calming yourself in a certain way. You might start tapping your foot in response to your own elevated blood pressure or heart rate. And eventually you start self-regulating. So while you might be responding to an external stimuli, you're also then responding to your own internal stimuli at the same time. So these systems, this responsiveness is happening on all levels. Does that help?
Yes, I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
How about differentiation?
Yeah, so differentiation, we're looking at a stem cell, for example. A stem cell is a cell that is a precursor cell to something else. So it's undefined at the moment. And it's been given an opportunity to become a certain type of cell. And so this cell will differentiate, it'll develop to a specialized cell. So stem cells can become things like red blood cells or white blood cells or muscle cells or nervous tissue cells. So it goes from an unspecialized state to a specialized state, and it can divide and give rise to cells that undergo this differentiation. So basically, as a characteristic of life is the ability to have cells that can become different types of cells within that organism. How are y'all doing with that? Does that help you?
I think it's a little bit abstract. It doesn't make any sense. So I wonder, is there any example of life or of our body?
In terms of differentiation?
Yeah.
Yeah, for example, like stem cells that become red blood cells, right? We have so many different cells, but they didn't all start off as, for example, a red blood cell. Red blood cells will regenerate every 120 days from a stem cell that becomes a red blood cell.
Okay.
So these cells over time become more specialized based on our need. So if we need more red blood cells or white blood cells, we're creating them.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good questions. So when we're looking at homeostasis, we're going to be looking at achieving this through a few different processes and how it's regulated. So when we're looking at our internal environment, the internal environment is going to be responsible for maintaining the volume and composition of body fluids. And so we have a few different types of fluids that I'm going to introduce you to in terms of terminology, and then we'll take a little break. So we have our intracellular fluid, or ICF, which is fluid within the cells. So when you see intra, it means within, cellular meaning cell, fluid meaning fluid. So intracellular fluid, fluid within the cells. We're looking at extracellular fluid, extra meaning surrounding or outside of, cellular meaning cell, fluid meaning fluid, or ECF. This is fluid surrounding the cells, which includes interstitial fluid and blood plasma. Interstitial fluid is fluids between cells and tissues. So if you were to look into a microscope image of cells within the structure, the fluid between the cells would be interstitial fluid, which is also surrounding the cell, which is extracellular fluid. So some of these words overlap with one another. It's just kind of providing you a GPS system of where to find these structures. The interstitial fluid is responsible for proper functioning of the body's cells. It's going to have a bunch of nutrients that are available to the cell to allow things to go within and outside of the cell. And we'll get into that in a little bit. But for example, in humans, our blood plasma and the interstitial fluid or extracellular fluid play a significant role in maintaining our internal environment. Right? It's going to be responsible for things like maintaining our blood pressure, for maintaining our hydration levels. This is what this fluid is very important for within us. So our extracellular fluid is further categorized or differentiated by name, depending on where it's present in the body. So for example, extracellular fluid that's in our blood vessels is called blood plasma. Extracellular fluid that's within our lymphatic system, our lymph system, is known as lymph or lymphatic fluid. The extracellular fluid around our brain and around our spinal cord is known as cerebrospinal fluid or CSF. And then extracellular fluid around our joints is known as synovial fluid. And the extracellular fluid of our eyes is known as the aqueous humor and vitreous body. You're going to see these terms come up again. I'm just introducing them to you now as an example of extracellular fluid can be named different things based on location. Intracellular fluid is fluid within the cell is always called intracellular fluid. So that's beautiful. One less thing for you to try and keep in mind, right? Fluid within the cell is known as intracellular fluid because it's within the cell. The fluid outside of our cells will be named based on the location of where we're looking. But our internal environment is responsible for maintaining that volume and maintaining the composition of that fluid at a consistent or stable state. Okay, it is 10:50, so let's come back at 11. We'll take a little break here and we'll go on. Okay, so coming back here. Hope you guys had a nice little break and enjoyed a little bit of sunshine. So let's pull back onto homeostasis. So like I spoke about right before the break, homeostasis is going to involve a few parameters. So within our internal environment, the job is to maintain the volume and composition of our body fluids. When we talk about regulation and control, this is going to allow homeostasis to actually occur. So regulation and control is going to be done by our nervous system and our endocrine system. The nervous system is our brain, our spinal cord, the nerves, and these nerves are going to send nerve action potentials or electrical signals or information to our organs and to our muscles, while our endocrine system, which is a network of our glands and our organs, these are going to secrete hormones into the blood. Both these nerves signals or these action potentials and our hormones that are going to be released into the blood serve as little messengers or information packets that are going to go to different organs or different glands to tell them what to do in order to regulate and control the internal environment, all in an effort to maintain homeostasis. And so our bodies are continuously monitoring physiological variables. For example, our blood pressure, our heart rate, our respiration rate, which is our rate of breathing, our temperature, our blood glucose levels, our cholesterol, everything is constantly being internally regulated and monitored. And any changes beyond a certain range will trigger a nerve action potential or hormones or chemicals secreted so that we can bring things back to our regular physiological state. Disruptions can occur within our internal environment or within our external environment, which is then going to impact our homeostasis, and our body has to quickly respond to these disruptions to maintain homeostasis or to return to a state of homeostasis. So again, our nervous system, meaning our brain, our spinal cord, the nerves that are associated with it, are going to send these nerve impulses or electrical impulses, these signals, to our organs and to our muscles, which is going to work very quickly to make changes. Our endocrine system, this network of our glands and our organs, are going to secrete hormones into our blood. These hormones work at a slower pace to make changes. Mind you, slow to us is very relative. They're still moving quite quickly within our body to make changes. So for example, if you ate a meal earlier in the morning and by, noon, you're going to be hungry, you can see how long it took for those hormonal changes to happen for you to feel hungry again. So it's not that slow, but it's slow in relation to a nerve impulses where, for example, if you got a paper cut, you'd respond to that paper cut very quickly. That's a nerve impulse causing you to remove yourself physically from the thing that hurt you. Or you put your hand on a source of heat, you burned your hand, you would remove your hand very quickly from that source of heat in response to the heat burning you. That happens like super quick, right? Milliseconds as opposed to minutes and hours. So this regulation and control is constantly happening in our internal environment to maintain homeostasis, to keep us at a certain level whenever there's any sort of disruption that occurs. So let's look at some examples of disruptions from our external environment. Who can give me some examples? What would be an example of a disruption from an external environment? that causes us to respond. I promise you it's not as complicated as you think.
Can I give a comment?
Yeah.
We constantly are under disruption from our external and internal environment, actually. And as we are sitting right now and talking to you, some of us are getting, the noises from the surroundings, and we try to filter it by not listening to them. This is one disruption. And there might be some, noises, some lights, some other factors like, sudden, while we are walking outside, sudden breeze, anything can disrupt our normal physiology. So we are bringing that, what you explained beautifully, we bring equilibrium to the body. Actually, we are constantly adjusting ourselves to the external environment and internal environment, and that is the physiology of the body, and to protect the anatomy of the body and to bring the functionality of every organ and every system which you explained. That disruptions can be explained in any point at any certain circumstances which we consider now.
Beautifully said. So yes, like mentioned, homeostasis is a dynamic condition, meaning it's always happening. We're always trying to maintain homeostasis because every single thing is going to keep us on our toes, right? We're constantly adjusting to our environment, constantly adjusting to little disruptions that are happening at a pace that we don't even consciously have awareness of. Right? The noise, like Ali said, the noise coming from the background, you have to constantly filter out noise while you're paying attention. I had something in my eye just a few seconds ago as I'm doing this and blinking and creating tears to remove whatever something flew into my eye as I'm speaking and continuing the course together with you, right? So these are some examples of our external environment disruptions. So I'm going to give you a couple more examples here. Leanne says perceived danger, fight or flight. Yeah, that's if we have a perceived danger from outside, say someone knocks at your door aggressively, right? Bang, 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 bang. You're like, oh my gosh, someone's at my door. Your heart rate's going to jump up. You're now disrupted. That's an external environment disruption that your body has to adjust to. Another external environment example is it's a hot summer day, right? You're going to be feeling that heat. That's an external environment disruption that your body now has to regulate control against. Or if you're going on a long run, say you went to run for 5 kilometers and you start to breathe heavily because you're not able to maintain enough oxygenation during your run, that's an external environment disruption because you're running outside and there's not enough for you to uptake, especially during a change in elevation. If you were to run 5 kilometers up a mountain or at different sea level, you would feel the change in elevation and your body would have to respond to that change in elevation. If, say, you went hiking in the mountains, the change of seasons, perfect, Anessa. Another example of an external environment disruption. Good. I see you guys are understanding what that means. So I'm going to move forward now. That's great. Wind, cold, hot, damp, beautiful. Love the TCM principles that are coming into here. Wonderful, you. So now let's look at examples of disruptions from our internal environment. What are some examples of an internal environment disruption that can happen that we need to then regulate? Stress can be, I think it's too ambiguous. So you might have to go a little more specific with an example, because stress can be created from something external and becomes internal, or it can be something internal. A pathogen, very good.
Getting the smell of food and getting hunger contractions. That could be externally stimulating internal disruptions.
Okay, so we had someone who wrote, sorry, let me just get the chat box here. Igor said a pathogen. Yes, something external that becomes an internal challenge. I'm going to challenge you to think even more internally about this. So Ali said something that I'm going to touch on here is blood glucose levels that start to fall too low if you skip a meal. So people who, for example, today I skipped my breakfast, right? And so, you know, I'm going to start to feel that drop in blood glucose levels as I start to get hungry. I start to hear the little sounds in my abdomen, you know, the berberine mist, that ends up happening when you're hungry and your glucose levels fall too low if you skip a meal. That's an internal environment disruption. So your body's trying to regulate, trying to get your attention to regulate this process. We've got temperature adjustment. Yes. So if you end up with, for example, a thyroid dysregulation, this can be an autoimmune disease. Autoimmune thyroid disorders, people have different body temperature based on their autoimmune condition, and your body's constantly trying to manage this disruption, which is internally created. This isn't an adaptation to the external something that's coming internal. So I want you to think of this process of an internal disruption starting internally. So we skipped a meal, our blood glucose levels drop. If you have an autoimmune disorder, this will be an internal disruption that's created by us that's changing our internal environment, and our body now has to respond to this internal stimulus. Blood pressure changes just based on different hormonal things that can be happening for females during a certain time of their periods or menstrual cycles. For males, if they have a change in testosterone levels, this can impact blood pressure. This can impact body temperature. Cataracts is an internal disruption. Beautiful, Leanne. Yes. So we'll talk about how we regulate our internal changes. So I'm going to hold off on the talk about sweat for a second, Sam. I saw that you put that there and you're way ahead of us, but that's great. If you have a thyroid dysregulation, this is an internal disruption. Are we understanding the difference between something that's external versus something that's internal? I know it's a little bit harder to grasp the internal stuff. Edema, if it's something from an internal change, absolutely you. So we can have a buildup of lymphatic fluid because of a dysregulation internally, because of blood pressure changes as well. Okay, I think we're getting it. You guys are starting to give examples that definitely are internal environment disruptors from the internal. Okay, other examples of homeostatic dysregulation or challenge that can start externally on the outside and become internal and challenges our internal environment. Someone said pathogen, so illness, infection, surgery. Inessa said stress, so we can talk about psychological stress here due to something external that's creating this internal challenge. This can be due to work or due to anatomy and physiology 1, due to school. Hopefully not so stressful right now. It can be due to poisoning or improper nutrition, malnutrition, eating bad food that's gone bad, getting a cold. Diseases that are internal are going to be things that are autoimmune or genetic. So something that triggers an internal change that you were already predisposed to. Those will be internal disruptors. Diseases coming from the outside in are going to be external disruptors creating that internal challenge. Good. I think you guys are getting it. Ali, please go ahead.
I wanted to give two tangible examples about the external factors which can, handle or manipulate the homeostasis. One is the heat stroke, and the other one is food poisoning. When the pathogens enter the gastrointestinal tract and causes extensive diarrhea, and the person, to keep the homeostasis, becomes thirsty, becomes lethargic. At that time, it's pushed to take some liquid and fluids to make the thirst, to alleviate the cramps. Similarly, when the heat stroke or the sunstroke happens, especially during the summertime, and we sweat a lot, and the person, the part which is tangible for the person feels thirsty, feels lethargic, feels dry, and that is the homeostasis comes into action.
100%. Very nice. Thank you so much. And I think Sam mentioned sweat. So this is exactly where it comes into place, right, Sam? Is our response of how we maintain homeostasis. Sweating is one of those mechanisms that we use to help restore balance when we have things like Ali mentioned, like a heat stroke or an illness where we have a fever and we sweat. Awesome. Yeah, so psychological issues that can create disease, that's going to be an external thing that's creating an internal response, right? Because most of the time the actual psychological context is from something external to us, right? You're stressing out about school, family, relationships, money, whatever it is, it's outside of you. And you're taking that in and creating a response internally to manage that stress. Drug abuse is an external environment issue. You're taking something in and it becomes an internal issue. Absolutely. Good. So we're getting some good examples here. So I'm going to move on to the next part of this then. Very good, guys. Good discussion. So we have our internal environment that's constantly being monitored for its volume and composition and regulated and controlled by our nervous system and endocrine system, and constantly managing what's happening when we respond to stimuli from outside that's changing our internal environment, or what's happening inside that's changing our internal environment. And the way this is happening is through using a feedback loop or feedback mechanism or feedback system. So many words. All three of those terms are used interchangeably in different textbooks, so I wanted you to have exposure to all of them. But we have feedback mechanisms or feedback systems or feedback loops. And these are going to allow for homeostatic control through a cycle of events. This is basically how homeostasis happens. We have two different types of feedback loops. So stay with me here for a second. We have negative feedback loops and we have positive feedback loops. We're going to see a lot more examples of negative feedback loops within our system. So I just want you to understand that most of the time we're operating off of a negative feedback loop to control homeostasis, to maintain homeostasis, okay? There's going to be a few examples within our body that we're going to see a positive feedback loop. So a negative feedback is where our body's response opposes or goes against the initial change, which then allows it to bring the variable that's being measured back to its normal range. So we're creating a change that opposes the initial response to bring us back to homeostasis. This is a negative feedback. I'll give you an example in a second. In a positive feedback system, our body's response is going to be amplifying that initial change, which is going to push that variable further away from the normal range. So both our nervous system, and our endocrine system. Remember the things that regulate and control homeostasis. Our nervous system and endocrine system are going to function using a negative feedback loop, something that's going to respond in opposition to an initial change to bring a variable back to its normal range. Our body can regulate its internal environment using feedback mechanisms or feedback loops or systems. And this cycle of events that occurs in which the status of the body condition that's being monitored, it's going to be monitored, it's going to then be evaluated, changed, and remonitored and re-evaluated, so on and so forth. Like Ali said, this is happening all the time, constantly. We're constantly monitoring variables within our body, consciously, unconsciously, and constantly changing them to maintain homeostasis. So these feedback loops are happening at all times throughout our entire body, all the time. So we're going to hang on for the thought. Any questions right now? I want you to get through this material in one swipe fully, and then I'll answer questions. So we have a feedback loop that's constantly monitoring every system, every process in our body. And most of the time through a negative feedback loop. Okay, negative means it's opposing an initial change and going back towards homeostasis. Positive means it's moving forward. And we're thinking in terms of the signs, negative and positive, minus and plus. Okay, it's more mathematical than it is a feeling. It's not a feeling. These are facts. So our negative feedback, where we're going to oppose an initial change, bringing a variable back to a normal range, this is going to help us maintain stability. So for example, you go for a run on a warm day outside. Your body temperature starts to rise. So you're running, you're getting hot. Okay? Body temperature is rising. That's the variable. Body temperature. In order to maintain homeostasis, your body starts to initiate cooling mechanisms to help lower body temperature. So you start to sweat. You're running, body temperature rises, you get too hot, and your body's system is like, hey, temperature is too high. Start to initiate cooling. You start to sweat. You sweat in response to heat to start to cool down your body temperature. So you're opposing the initial change, which is elevated body temperature. You're now bringing down body temperature by sweating to bring you back to your normal range of body temperature. So you're no longer hot. You're lowering temperature. This is an example of a negative feedback loop. We do a lot more of this than a positive feedback loop. Okay, and you'll see why in a second. So a positive feedback loop example, let's just review what a positive feedback is. This is where you have a response that's going to amplify or encourage the initial change, which is going to push that variable further away from the normal range. So this is usually rare in maintaining homeostasis. It's going to mostly play a role in processes such as childbirth or blood clotting. I like the childbirth example. It's a lot easier to understand at this stage of the course. And so, for example, actually, I'm going to pause. We're going to come back to positive feedback loop, okay? Can you guys bear with me on that for a moment? Okay. So just as examples here, negative feedback loop. An example is the body temperature rises. Your body initiates a cooling mechanism to lower the temperature. Body temperature lowers. That's a negative feedback loop. You're returning back to a normal range. In a positive feedback loop, you're progressing out of the normal range. You're moving along, forward, away from normal range, not a homeostatic function per se. It's more about a normal physiological response where you're supposed to move away from a variable, meaning things like childbirth, where your body goes through a process of creating another human being, and then you have to eject that human being from the body, right? That's pushing the variable further away from what was initially happening. You're not just going to create more baby. You're going to give birth to the baby, which is moving it away from the normal range or initial change. Nope. There we go. So let's take a look at it here. Yeah, so Inessa, I don't want you to think of positive and negative as good and bad. As I mentioned, we're going to think of it as math, okay? Positive is the plus sign, negative is the negative sign, the minus sign. It's not good or bad, it's just happening. Negative means it has to go back to where it came from. Positive means it moves away, it progresses, it adds on to where it came from. Does that help? Kind of like physics when you look at a circuit. Awesome. Okay. So in order to understand feedback systems or loops, we actually have to understand the terminology first. And so let's look at this diagram right here, and ding, ding, nudge, nudge. You might want to know this diagram well. So right at the top over here, we have what's called a stimulus. So a stimulus is going to be any disruption that's going to change a condition that is controlled. Okay, a stimulus can be from the outside or inside, like we talked about, internal or external stimulus that's going to impact a certain condition that we're monitoring. We have a controlled condition. This is a monitored variable. For example, or some examples of this could be body temperature, blood pressure, blood glucose levels. Okay, we'll keep it really simple here. But those are controlled conditions that are being monitored. So we have a stimulus that's going to disrupt homeostasis by increasing or decreasing a controlled condition that we're monitoring. This controlled condition is going to be monitored by what's called a receptor. A receptor is a body structure that monitors change in this controlled condition at all times. And it's going to take this information and send that input to a control center. So the receptors will send a nerve impulse or chemical signals via what's called the afferent pathway to a controlled center. The control center is the area of the body that receives this input from the receptor, and it's going to provide a nerve or chemical signal to what's called an effector via the efferent pathway. For example, the control center, in most cases, and for the purposes of our course, is going to be the brain. This is going to set the range of values within which a controlled condition should be maintained, a set point, right? Our blood pressure should be within a certain range. Our body temperature optimal should be within a certain range. Our blood glucose level should be within a certain range. Our control center, our brain, knows these normal set points and variables. And it's going to evaluate that input it's receiving from the receptor about that controlled condition. And it's going to process that information. And then via the efferent pathway, it's going to generate an output to an effector to command it to do what it needs. So this output generally occurs as a nerve or chemical signal. This effector that's receiving the information from the brain, the control center, is a body structure that's receiving this information, and it's going to produce a response or effect to change the controlled condition. Almost every organ or every tissue in our body acts as an effector, can behave as an effector. So for example, when body temperature drops suddenly, our control center, our brain, is going to send a nerve impulse output via the efferent pathway to our skeletal muscles, our effector, which is going to result in shivering, which generates heat and raises our body temperature, changing that controlled condition to its normal range. Negative feedback. We're altering that controlled condition back to a normal range, opposing the initial change. So the initial change here was a drop in body temperature, monitored by a receptor, say our skin. This information goes to our brain. It says, hey, brain, body temperature's dropped. What do you want to do about it? The brain says, let me think about it. Obviously, this conversation's happening very quickly and not in these words. The brain thinks about it, processes the information, and says, I need to elevate body temperature. Hey, muscles, do your thing. Start shivering and creating heat. Sends that information to the effectors, the skeletal muscles, start to shiver, generating heat as a response, changing that condition to elevate body temperature. Negative feedback loop. It opposed the initial change. We went from a drop in temperature to an elevation in temperature. When we're looking at this pathway here between receptor and control center, remember, this is called the afferent pathway, the pathway of communication between the receptor and control center. AF means toward. Ferent means carried. So this is information carried towards something. Afferent. For example, the receptor carries information towards the control center via this afferent or afferent pathway. Certain nerve endings in our skin will sense temperature and can detect changes like a dramatic drop in temperature and send this information to the control center. The efferent pathway is the pathway of communication between the control center and the effector. EF means away from. Ferent means carried. So we have information here being carried away from the control center, away from something. In our skin temperature example, for example, the brain acts as the control center, receiving that nerve impulse from skin receptors, generating nerve impulses to send to the effector to say, hey, shiver. Hey, muscles, contract. That's the efferent response. It's sending information to the skeletal muscles to contract. So this group of receptors and effectors communicating with their control center forms a feedback system that can regulate this controlled condition in the body's internal environment. And so in a feedback loop or system, the response of this system feeds back information to change the controlled condition in some way, either negating it, called negative feedback, or enhancing it, called positive feedback. So it's not good and it's not bad. It's necessary. We either negate the initial change, opposing it, called negative feedback, or we enhance the initial change, calling it positive feedback. Okay, now we can go to some questions. Or did I answer the questions after we got through this? How are we doing? Yes, Ali, please.
One example about the positive feedback I wanted to give, which is everyone familiar with it, is when the baby starts sucking mother's breast and the milk starts coming out. That's a positive feedback which stimulates the center in the hypothalamus and then the hypophysis. We don't go into it. Through the hormonal changes, it affects the breast and contracts the milk buds, and the milk ejaculates out. This is a positive feedback which can be from the external stimulus and producing the pathway or the loop.
Beautiful. Yes, absolutely. Okay. So let's take a look at the terminology. You have it here.
Sorry for interruption. I do have a question. It's regarding all this information you gave to us. If there is a time frame for negative or the positive loops, time frame.
A time frame for each?
Yes, a period of time that it happens. If it happens constantly, what will be the circumstances? For the pregnancy, I do understand, but for the negative.
Yep. So this is happening all the time. Right now, as we're speaking, you're constantly operating off of feedback loops. Right?
So it's dynamic process. So we are always adapting. So there is no time limit. So this time, and then they stop. And it's okay. I understand. I got. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. So summarizing all of the terminology here, as you can see in this slide, we're looking at the terminology that is present on this slide. So here's a breakdown of all the information, what those words mean. Understanding them and knowing how they fall into this chart will be important. So please take a look at this and this slide when you're studying for sure. And then just as a little review before we're going to continue on with feedback loops, but I just want you to see this here. Is in a negative feedback loop, remember, this is going to reverse a change in the controlled condition, that initial response. So we're going to use the example of blood pressure. Okay. Blood pressure is the force exerted by blood as it presses against the walls of blood vessels. So when the heart beats faster or harder, our blood pressure can increase. And if some internal or external stimulus causes blood pressure or this controlled variable to rise, the following sequence of events can occur. Okay, so we're going to use the example of exercise and blood pressure. So our controlled variable is blood pressure. Our stimulus is exercise. So imagine the stimulus is exercise, which is going to cause an increase in blood pressure, the controlled variable. Our receptors, in this case, these are called baroreceptors in our blood vessels. These detect the change in the blood vessel and sends this information via the afferent pathway, the pathway towards the control center, the brain. The brain interprets this change and this information, and via the efferent pathway, the pathway away from the control center, it's going to send impulses and signals to the effector, the heart and blood vessels, our effectors. Changes are going to be made at the effector level here, creating a dilating effect of the blood vessels, which will effectively decrease our heart rate by our heart as well. And this sequence of events quickly returns our blood pressure to normal and homeostasis is restored. So you can see the negative sign here indicating that the decrease in heart rate and the dilation of our blood vessels opposes that initial increase of blood pressure allowing it to come back down to a normal range, decreasing blood pressure. In this scenario, the activity of the effector causing the blood pressure to drop negates that original stimulus, which was increase in blood pressure. So this is a negative feedback loop. Are we good with negative feedback loop? Or do we need to see this again? Okay. Positive feedback loop. Okay. There's a reason why I kept this at the end of this discussion for now. I don't want you to get too confused with positive feedback loops because you're not going to see so many examples of them. But I think if you understand what negative feedback loops are, you'll be able to recognize when it's not a negative feedback loop. And therefore, you'll know it's a positive feedback loop. Okay. Process of elimination works wonderfully sometimes, so use it to your advantage. So with a positive feedback loop, we're going to take a variable and we're going to enhance it, strengthen it, move it forward, which reinforces the change in the controlled condition. So a control center, the brain, for example, is going to provide a command to the effector, but the effector is going to make a response that's going to reinforce, add, strengthen that initial change in the controlled condition. So we're not going to negate it. We're going to make it happen more, right? We're going to cheer it on. Yeah, keep going. This pathway is going to continue until there's an interruption that then stops the pathway completely. So a perfect example of this is normal childbirth. Okay, normal meaning there hasn't been any medical emergency that's taken place. Okay, so in the case of a healthy childbirth where there's no emergency situation happening. So positive feedback loop. Here, the controlled condition is going to be the cervix, the size of the cervix. So we're monitoring the stretching of the cervix. The stimulus is going to be the contractions of labor, which are going to push part of the fetus into the cervix. So the baby's head or body goes into the cervix, the cervix stretches, and this is being monitored by stretch-sensitive nerve cells in the cervix. So these receptors, the stretch-sensitive nerve cells in the cervix, recognize that the cervix has stretched, and via the afferent pathway, as this stretching increases, they send nerve impulses via the afferent pathway to the brain, to the control center. The brain receives this input and begins to release hormones such as oxytocin as an output via the efferent pathway. The oxytocin goes to the muscles in the wall of the uterus, causing the muscles in the wall of the uterus to contract, and the muscles of the uterine wall are therefore the effector. These contractions continue to push the fetus further down the uterus, further creating more stretch, right? It's not decreasing the stretch. It's increasing more stretching of the cervix. These stretch-sensitive nerve cells are monitoring the stretch and saying, oh my gosh, there's more stretch. Hey, brain, there's more stretch happening. The brain says, okay, we're not done yet. I need to produce more oxytocin to continue this contraction in the uterus. So it sends more oxytocin to the receptor, to the effector. The effector continues to contract. The uterus continues to contract. The baby's body stretches the cervix more. This continues. This cycle continues until there's an interruption. This interruption will be with the birth of the baby's body out of the cervix breaking that pattern. So once this continues over and over and over again, and the baby is out of the cervix, then the cervix will be restored to no more stretch. The stretch sensitive nerve cells won't notice the stretch anymore. The brain won't have to produce oxytocin anymore. The uterus wall won't have to contract anymore. There's no more baby to deliver through the cervix. So this is when the stretching will stop and the oxytocin is no longer released, no longer needed. This is an example of positive feedback. Do we see why this is a positive feedback and how it's different from a negative feedback? I'm not going to use the example of breastfeeding. I think it gets a little too complicated for where we're at in the course. Is that okay? Cool. There's a bit too many factors because it's a great example of positive and negative feedback happening at the same time, but it's no different. So I'll go through it, but I don't want you to get stuck on it, okay? So in the case of breastfeeding, the baby is going to latch on to the nipple, creating a stimulus. And this stimulus will be sensed or monitored variable will be sensed by the receptor that's monitoring it. It's going to tell the brain, hey, there's a stimulus here and we need to release milk, so produce milk. That milk's going to be let down and it's going to continue as long as the baby continues sucking. When the baby stops, the monitored variable will no longer need monitoring and the rest will stop as well. So the interruption is the baby stops sucking in a healthy breastfeeding environment. Similar to this. I like this example because you can picture it more. I think everyone can picture it more. Yes. So breastfeeding is a positive feedback loop at the very simple sense. Okay. Another example of a positive feedback loop is during excessive blood loss. So under normal conditions, our heart pumps blood under sufficient pressure to our body cells to provide them with oxygen and nutrients to maintain homeostasis. When we get a very bad injury where we have severe blood loss, our blood pressure will drop and blood cells, including our heart cells, are going to receive less oxygen and function less effectively. So if the blood loss continues, the heart cells become weaker and the pumping action of the heart decreases further and our blood pressure continues to fall. So we're unable to maintain healthy blood pressure when we're losing blood. That positive feedback of blood loss and weakening of our heart muscle contraction and weakening of our blood pressure continuing to fall is an example of a positive feedback loop. And this can have serious consequences and can lead to death without proper medical attention or intervention. So positive feedback loops in a diseased state here, for example, during an injury with excessive blood loss, can be very dangerous, right? But they do happen. So you can see how homeostasis is a keystone of almost every process in our body, and how we live and how we take care of ourselves allows for this process to be more closely cared for and monitored. Liver surgery, surgery is not a...
I mean that when the liver, the only organ when we can cut the part of the liver, it can regrow.
Mm-hmm.
to the full size of the organs, and the only organ that it can regenerate. So in this case, can we consider this as not a surgery itself, but the process of regrowth? Is it positive?
Yeah, so repair and regeneration can be a positive feedback, yes.
As an example.
As an example, yeah.
And also another situation that I heard a lot about, it's unique. It happens like in one guy who he was piano player and he lost his finger. And slowly, he was like 9-year-old, and slowly, because of his will, he wanted to play piano. He was so passionate about that, and his fingers start to grow and grew the normal size. It's just unique, but how, as an example, is it positive? Can we consider is as a positive feedback? It's unique, but it happens.
Yes. I think in the case of regrowth of tissue, you're going to be seeing multiple things happening. So I'm going to caution against using something complex like that in just a positive or negative feedback, because it depends on what part of the process we're looking at. So if we're looking at just tissue regrowth, even that can be a little bit complicated because we're not just looking at one monitored variable, right? The regrowth of tissue is going to require increased blood, increased cells, but it's also going to require us to not bleed out to increase our clotting potential. And so we're having a mix of things happening in this scenario. So it's if we're looking at one measured controlled variable, then we can look at a positive or negative feedback loop within that scenario. But a scenario generally, that would be the stimulus. So the stimulus would be a loss of a finger and the finger growing back. Then we have to look at one variable. Right? So we're looking at one controlled condition as opposed to a complex situation. This is why this slide is going to be really important to understand when you're looking at feedback loops and the terminology. So when we're talking about feedback loops, we're looking at a monitored condition, one condition, body temperature, blood glucose, stretching of an organ, stretching of something, right? One condition. When we're looking at regrowth of tissue, we have to consider many variables. So then you will have multiple different feedback loops happening at the same time to create new tissue or repair tissue, right? But you're right. We're going to have positive and negative feedback loops happening. It's a dynamic condition for multiple things at once. We are not operating in isolation. So as we go through this course, I think this is the thing that has caught many students over and over again, is we get so finite in our thinking about one thing, and we forget that all of this is happening at all times, everywhere in our body, throughout every process. It's wild. It's infinite. This is why it's so hard to grasp. Infinity is hard to grasp, right? And so when we're looking at these concepts, although you have to learn them in isolation, I want you to remember that they're happening as a dynamic group situation. It's a group project, maintenance of life. So every system, every organ, every tissue, every cell, every atom is doing this everywhere in our body, while my eyes and my ears and my nose and my mouth and my tongue and my sweat glands and my heart and my digestive system, everything is playing together at all times right now. I'm going to stop with the examples. Is that okay? We're talking about growth. That's not a controlled condition, right? We're looking at one condition. So we have to have one measurable variable. So if you're talking about hair and nail growth, one particular variable would be the level of amino acids at the cellular level that you'd have to control, or blood volume, or protein levels. Like you have to look at one controlled condition within that stimulus or within that example. We're looking at the cellular level of things right now, right? One controlled condition. Does that make sense? I don't want to make it too complicated. If you start looking at big processes like hair growth, nail growth, yes, negative and feedback loops are going to be happening in order to grow anything, to repair anything, and to maintain anything. Happening all the time. What I want you to understand is what is a negative feedback system? What is a positive feedback system? Can you give me one example of each that is very specific so that I know you understand the very basic concept of feedback systems? So if you were to see this on a test or quiz, you would be able to write in or answer if I said, hey, in an example of Monica goes for a run and starts to get hot, what is the controlled condition? You should be able to answer, what is the controlled condition? So you can see how if I give you the example of Monica's hair is growing, what is the controlled condition? You have a problem. It's not, we're not trying to learn this in a very complex situation. I want you to understand the basic concept. So I'm going to ask you, Inessa, is if it's okay to call you out. If Monica goes for a run and starts to get hot, what is the controlled condition?
Your temperature will be rising.
Beautiful.
That's it. That's it. So simple.
Beautiful.
And
Beautiful. That's all it. I just want you to understand the simplicity of the terminology and what it means. You did great.
That's it. That's enough. No more. Just stop it. Don't continue. Yeah, because I can continue.
Controlled condition is my body temperature has rised. The
Yeah.
stimulus is running. So,
okay.
Right? Oops. Okay. And so now my receptors that are going to monitor the body temperature is my skin or my sweat glands. The controlled center that's going to receive this information is my brain. Hey, Monica's temperature is going up. Okay. Brain has to process the information and decide what is the next viable step. Oh, I think we should decrease body temperature. So activate cooling systems. The effector is going to be my skin and sweat glands that start to produce sweat to initiate cooling. As a response, I start sweating, which then decreases my body temperature. Is that a negative or positive feedback loop, Inessa?
So it's negative.
Wonderful. That's it. Class over. That's all I want you to understand. That's beautiful.
Allergy. Allergy. I'm not talking about asthma. Allergy only.
Here's the problem.
Again, yeah, same.
Give me a problem.
Very complicated because it's the chain of the reaction.
It's not complicated. You're
because
giving.
When I have some allergies and I start to sneeze, that's it.
I need you to pause for 1 second.
Okay.
We can't look at a feedback loop as a scenario. You have to give me a controlled condition. The allergy is not the controlled condition. So give me a controlled condition in the scenario of an allergy. We can put any scenario in here, but you have to tell me what we're monitoring. What are we monitoring? Right? So in the case of an allergy, okay, I'm going to use the allergy scenario. We have a certain level of what's called histamine in our body. Okay, a certain amount that's allowed. Everybody is different, which is why not everyone has allergies. or some people have allergies that are worse than others. So our controlled condition is going to be the level of histamine or inflammatory marker within our body. Okay. And now we have a stimulus. It's hay fever season. You go outside and you're exposed to hay fever or hay or whatever, the allergen. You breathe it in, and now the level of histamine in your body rises. Your receptor that's responsible for monitoring the level of histamine in your blood notices that there's an increase of histamine, and your brain, and particularly maybe in your nasal cavity, you have this allergen. Your control center recognizes that, oh my gosh, we have an infiltration of creating this allergen pathway. Something's heightening this histamine reaction, and we need to downgrade this elevated histamine. So it sends a nerve impulse or chemical signal to the effector, in this case, your nasal cavity, to promote a response. The easiest response in this case would be a cough or sneeze to get the allergen out, in hopes to bring down histamine levels over time. This is why people don't just sneeze once. They'll sneeze for as long as they've been around that stimulus, eventually bringing it back down to a normal range.
And Monica, then I have a question. So you gave an example with the temperature, but can you give more example that for me, little bit like easier to have some view that this is that what you are expecting from us, what examples, because I'm just start to grab whatever comes to my mind, like allergy is too complicated, breastfeeding. So for example, exercise like push-ups, is it good example of the feedback loop?
Everything will be in a feedback loop. The part I think, Inessa, that you're missing is what is the controlled condition in that example? What do you want to monitor? Is it heart rate? Is it blood pressure? Is it temperature? Is it glucose levels? What are you monitoring? Then we know what the stimulus is exercise. But what are you monitoring? Right?
For temperature, you already said that it's like running and blood and temperature is rising. For when it's cold, you said we have to chill, so we are chilling, it's also temperature. For glucose level, it's maybe food that our body can't, like the insulin level will be. So this is it good example with the food for diabetes?
Sure. Whatever the stimulus is doesn't matter. What matters is the rest of this stuff. What I want you to know is, I want you to know what all of these terms mean. And if I were to give you a controlled condition, for example, blood glucose levels, and the stimulus was hunger. You're hungry and your blood glucose levels drop. What would happen next? So you should be, if there were options given to you, you should be able to place those options in the right place. That's what I want you to understand. So what you're going to do after today's class is you're going to study these slides here, to understand the different terminology and review some of these examples that were given in class to see what happens when you play around with the variables. Okay, so we're going to go through a case study together. As an example, this is going to help you figure out how you need to study. Okay, you guys can all chat into the chat box for this. Leanne, you're right. Body temperature is a really good example of a controlled condition. And it will change based on whatever the scenario is. The stimulus can be anything. It could be exercise. It could be a hot day. It could be a fever. It could be anything. What we're concerned about in the feedback loop is what's happening to the controlled condition due to that stimulus. That's what I want everyone to focus on. So let's try that here. So let's read this case study together. So during the weekend, Bob decides to go for a run. He starts with a brisk walk and then breaks into a jog. As he's jogging, he begins to feel quite warm and finds himself sweating. As he keeps running, his body continues to sweat, and Bob soon notices that he's quite comfortable. In the chat box, please put number 1. What kind of homeostatic feedback is Bob's body going through? In the chat box. I'll give you a couple more seconds here before we move on or explain why. So far, we have everyone for negative feedback loop. Let's see why. So Bob goes for a run, starting off with, a brisk walk, and then he starts to jog. As he does that, he starts to get warm and starts to sweat. As he keeps running, the sweating continues, and then he starts to feel more comfortable. So you notice his temperature went up because he got hot. He started sweating. His temperature started to come down and he feels comfortable. That's a negative feedback loop because the change in the initial variable was back to a normal range. It negated the initial change of elevated body temperature. We're now at a normal body temperature. Perfect. Very good, everybody. Question number 2. In this homeostasis example, what is the likely receptor organ of the stimulus? What is measuring the controlled variable? What is measuring the controlled variable? I know this one might not be as obvious because I mentioned it verbally earlier, but once you hear it, you won't forget it. What measures the controlled variable? Or what monitors the controlled variable here? What is gauging and monitoring body temperature? Okay. The skin. The skin is telling us it's hot. He's outside, he's running, he's feeling warm. The skin or sweat glands, beautiful. Mostly the skin in this context. We're feeling warm by feeling warm in our skin. In this example, what is the likely effector organ? What's the thing that's going to respond? Effector organ. The thing that's going to create the response to change the variable. Effector organ. Ready? I'm going to bring up a picture. What's this? What's this one? Here we had body temperature going up. Here we had skin. What's this? Perfect. The skin and sweat glands, very good. The control center is the brain, right? It was a little tricky. You guys almost, I know why you went there. I know why you went there. You just read the wrong word. I know it. I know you guys know this. The control center is the brain, but the effector are going to be the skin or sweat glands that are going to produce the sweat. They're going to have the response that's then going to lower the body temperature. Right? The control center has to tell an effector to do something. So we're looking for what's the effector organ that's going to actually create the effect that's going to drop the body temperature. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on from this, but definitely go over this after the class, maybe even on its own, and practice, practice, practice with this one. You all had it. You all did really, really good with this. It just gets a little bit confusing because there's so many different words to learn. But you all understood at one point what was an internal disruption, external disruption, and different feedback loops. Awesome. Okay. We're going to move on to a little bit of anatomy to give our brains a little physiological break. Negative feedback for ourselves here. Let's bring that focus back down. We're going to talk about body positions. So in body positions, this is how we're going to look at a patient or a person and be able to describe our anatomy based on how we see someone standing in front of us. So I'm going to get up. Give me a moment here. Sorry about the movement. Inessa, I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. What do you mean?
No, so we give you some challenges. You give to us and we give you with our answers.
Pardon?
So you give you give to us some information, like for me it's a little bit challenging, not challenging, but maybe I'm thinking a little bit far away from the simple thing that I have to digest maybe and take it a little bit, it's not so complicated. so maybe I don't know how you feel, maybe it's hard to you with me to to communicate and no. Okay, thank you. Just
no, not at all. I think we have this, you guys are so brilliant.
Yeah.
It's hard to make things simple.
Yeah,
right?
maybe that's why. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking to complicate and give you a little bit hard time to
give me a hard time at all. I like the challenge.
Okay.
I'm always up for a challenge, but I think I want everyone to realize, like, I think we have this habit of making things more complicated to understand them. And I think we need to remember to simplify just terminology, right? Understand the terminology, what it means, what is the language that we're using, so that you can understand where things fall into place, right? So from a very, very simple aspect, all I want you to understand is what are these terms, and then what examples fall within. So when you're looking at a feedback loop, you should be able to describe the terminology and know what's negative and positive. And look at these examples right here and start to learn them. I think we just need to make it more simple. That's it. And you're teaching me that I need to make it more simple too, right? So I'm going to get better and better at this thanks to all of you. Okay, but I want you to go back and study this stuff. And if you still have the same questions, please email me. But I have a feeling once you've had some moments to take a break and come back to it, it might be more clear. Okay, so on to body positions, because we got to get through this today. So when we're looking at body positions, if you're standing with your feet pointing forward, sorry, I can't get my whole view here for you. My body pointing forward, my head is forward. My hands, my palms are facing forward towards you. This is called anatomical position. This is the standard position of reference for the human body. What this allows us to do is have one coordinated view of every single person in anatomical position so that you can describe directions based on anatomical position. So if I were to look at someone in anatomical position, I can see what is up, what is down, what is left, what is right, what is far, what is close, what is center, what is not central, what is medial, what is lateral. We can describe things from a place of anatomical position. It is the baseline map. It's like north, south, east, west. We're always going to be north, south, east, west on the coordinates. Anatomical position is your coordination system when we're looking at body positions. So whenever I'm describing a movement of a body part or a placement of a body part, it's always going to be from anatomical position. And if you were to always look at it that way, you will always find the points you're looking for when you're doing point location. When someone is laying face up on the table, so they're laying on their back, their face is facing to the ceiling, that is called supine. Supine position. Body is lying face up. When someone is laying on their stomach with their face down on the table, the body is laying face down. This is called prone position. So I want you to know this terminology that we're going into today. So in anatomical position, the subject, the patient or the person is standing upright, facing the observer, head level, eyes forward. Lower limbs are going to be parallel and feet are flat on the floor, pointing forward. The upper limbs are at the sides with the palms facing forward. This is anatomical position. When we're looking at supine, where someone's laying face up, think supine on your spine. The person's lying on their spine, facing up. Prone, you're on your face. There is no way to make that sound better. You're laying face down in prone position. When we are looking at directions, these are all going to be labeled from anatomical position of reference. So we're looking at the front in anatomical position, the front of everything. This is called anterior or ventral. Anterior or ventral. We're looking at the back. This is the posterior or dorsal. Posterior or dorsal. So if we look at these arrows here in orange, this one here is pointing anterior or ventral. This one here is pointing posterior or dorsal. Pointing up towards the head, the boxes in gray at the top, is superior or cephalic or cranial. These are other words you'll see in textbooks. Cephalic or cranial or superior is going to be closer to the head or moving along the long axis of the body towards the head. If we're looking down here at the gray boxes, inferior or caudal, this is below or when moving along the long axis of the body towards the tail or the feet. In us, because we're bipedal, we're walking on 2 feet. This will be towards our feet. This is inferior. Then we have this bluish color or lavenderish, no, blue. Towards midline or towards the middle is known as medial. And then outward, away from midline or away towards the edge of something is going to be lateral. This is with respect to the midline of the trunk of the body. So my sternum, which is this breastbone, is medial to my shoulder. My shoulder is lateral to my sternum. My ear is lateral to my nose. My nose is medial to my ear. Okay. My chin is inferior to my nose. My nose is superior to my chin. My nose is anterior to the back of my head. My shoulder blade is posterior to my sternum. So we can see how we can describe directions of things on our body from anatomical position using this terminology. Then when we're looking at structures or positions along a particular limb or body part or trunk of the body, we're going to use things like proximal and distal. Proximal means near. So proximal would be the closer to the limb's point of attachment to the trunk. And distal would be far or further from the limb's point of attachment from the trunk. So if you look at the purple here, the proximal versus distal, proximal versus distal. So for example, the head of the humerus or the shoulder joint in this case is proximal to the wrist. The wrist is distal to the shoulder. In this example here on the picture, the hip is proximal to the ankle. The ankle is distal to the hip. Distal means far, proximal means closer to the attachment of that limb to the rest of the trunk. Intermediate means between two structures. So my nose is intermediate to my ears. So if someone never saw a human being before, like an alien came here and they for some reason knew this terminology but never saw a human before, and you described to them a face of a human and you were like, hey, alien, a human's face has eyes, has a nose that's intermediate and central on their face. It's superior to their lips, which are superior to their chin, but it's inferior to their eyes, which are inferior to the eyebrows and inferior to the top of their hairline. And then on both lateral ends of that head, they have ears, right? You would be giving them GPS directions of locations of these things that we have on us. Not that you need to use this example for aliens, but you do kind of need it for points. Okay, so I want you to study this on yourselves between this class and the next one. And we're going to go through this stuff again, especially in palpation class when we have it. So let's take a look at this a little bit more. So towards the head or the upper part of a structure is known as superior. It's also known as cranial or cephalic. Away from the head or the lower part of the structure is known as inferior or caudal. Anterior on the body or ventral is near to or at the front of the body. And then posterior or dorsal is near to or at the back of the body. So your glutes are posterior to your pubic bone, right? You're going to wear your belt buckle on the anterior part of your abdomen. So some examples here with superior, the heart is superior to the liver. The stomach is inferior to the lungs. The sternum is anterior to the heart, right? The heart sits a little deeper. The esophagus is posterior to the trachea, which is our air tube, our food tube and our air tube. Our nose is medial to the eyes. Our ears are lateral to our nose. The shoulder is proximal to the wrist. The toes are distal to the knee, right? So we can be on the same limb and talking about where structures are located in relation to each other. We have a few more directions to look at. We have superficial, deep, and intermediate. So remember, intermediate was between two structures. Superficial is towards or on the surface of the body. And deep is away from the surface of the body. These directions are harder to depict on anatomical position, but we're going to talk about them more as the course goes on. But for example, the skin is superficial to the organs, the internal organs. The ribs, the rib bones, the bones of the ribs are deep to the skin. The abdominal organs are intermediate to the skin of the abdomen and the back, right? They're in between those two structures. How are we doing on this so far? I will take your silence as complacency. All right, I got a thumbs up from Ali. I feel happy. Okay.
I'm good with that, but just intermediate, I need more explanation. Thank you.
Yeah. So with intermediate, for example, it's going to be locating something in between two structures. Who wants to give me an example if you understand intermediate? Anyone? It's okay to practice and get it wrong, or you're likely going to get it right.
I can give an example. Intermediate, something between two other things. So like you said, the nose between the ears. So the nose is intermediate. The ears are lateral. And then let me see, the bridge of the nose, which is like a little higher up, is the same thing. The mouth, and basically anything that's in the center line is pretty much intermediate, yeah, between everything that is, because we're symmetrical creatures.
Yeah.
So yeah, so let's say the sternum is in between, let's say my whatever arms.
Okay. So when we're talking about limb structures, we talk more in terms of lateral and medial than we do intermediate, but you're not wrong to use intermediate at all. Where intermediate gets used more is when we start going internal to the body. This is why it's harder because we can't see it here. But when we start going internal to the body, we now have to describe things that are between organs. So, for example, we can have the stomach is intermediate to the heart and the liver, or the pancreas is intermediate to the heart and the liver. This way. I'm trying to be on your view, but it's this way. So when we're talking about internal or deeper structures, we talk about superficial, deep, and intermediate a little bit more. But again, not wrong to say things like your elbow is intermediate to the shoulder and wrist. 100%, you still make sense saying that. When we're talking about two structures being compared to each other, we might go more with, the elbow is proximal to the wrist, or distal to the shoulder, or intermediate to both the shoulder and the wrist. The problem with the elbow being intermediate to the shoulder and the wrist is we still don't know where it is, unless, obviously we know our anatomy, which you guys will know and already do know most of, these general joint locations. But intermediate gives us this in between two structures where something like medial, lateral, proximal, distal gives us a little more exact location. So we can combine them to get a little more exact. Robin, that was perfect. And Leanne, that was perfect as well. Paymane, does that help with the intermediate example? It's something between two structures.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your help. That was perfect. Okay. Planes of motion. So when we're looking at planes of motion, this is where things get a little bit boggly for people. It did for me, because I was not really great at physics once upon a time. I'm definitely getting better. But planes of motion is our 3D ability to move, right? It's how we move in our day. This is going to give us observation of movement. This comes in handy for when we're observing movement. It also allows us to study anatomy easier as we compartmentalize things into regions. So this is where the term triplanar movement comes from, because we have 3 planes of movement or axes of movement that our human body moves through. It's the X, Y, and Z planes, right? We've seen graphs of this once upon a time, X, Y, Z in physics. I don't want you to know it this way. We're going to learn it in anatomical terminology. So we have 3 major planes of movement. We have the sagittal plane, also known as the longitudinal plane, which divides the body into left and right portions. So if you were to take a plate, a glass plate, and divide me right down the center of my head, all the way down the middle, the left and right half of me would exist. This plane right here would be known as the sagittal plane, dividing the body into left and right portions. When it's exactly left and right, this is more precisely named as mid-sagittal or median, just in case you see it in other textbooks. If the sagittal plane doesn't pass right through the midline, but divides the body or organ into unequal left and right sides, this can also be called parasagittal plane. But just know that it creates a left and a right side of that body part or body or organ. So sagittal, longitudinal, median, midline, mid-sagittal, parasagittal. I know, I'm so sorry. I didn't create this. I'm just teaching it. Creates a left and right of something. So in this picture, the sagittal plane is right here. If I outline it for you, creating a left and right of this person. The frontal or coronal plane divides the body into anterior and posterior portions. So if you took a glass plate and divided me this way down the center, you would create a frontal and posterior view of me. That would be the frontal or coronal plane. So this allows us to be in front and back coronal plane. And then we have the transverse plane, this one here, also known as the horizontal or axial or cross-sectional. And this divides the body into superior and inferior portions. Doesn't have to be right through the umbilicus or belly button. It can be at any point all the way through. You can have multiple transverse planes. You can have multiple coronal planes. You can have multiple sagittal planes or parasagittal planes. This allows you to compartmentalize or slice things up. You'll see this in MRI imaging. They do it in different slices, right? Of organs, of your whole body. Comes in handy to study things in regions and really zoom in into that region, in that plane, in that direction. But it also comes in handy for motion, right? If I were to go this way, do a little dance, I'm moving through the coronal plane. If I bend forward and backwards, I'm moving through my sagittal plane. If I start dancing around in a circle, that's the transverse plane. So if you were to see this picture, you should be able to label it. And you should be able to know what is sagittal, longitudinal, what is frontal coronal, and what is transverse. What does it divide the body into? Ding, ding, nudge, nudge. Also ding, ding, nudge, nudge, ding, ding, nudge, nudge, ding, ding, nudge, nudge. Pretty much ding, ding, nudge, nudge, that whole little piece there. So let's mix it up a bit. When we're looking at the planes and the directions, we can put it all into a nice picture. So we have your frontal coronal plane right here. We have the sagittal plane right here. And then we have the horizontal, axial, transverse plane right here. And then if we divide that up, there we go. We have the different locations or directions, superior, inferior, anterior, posterior, right? So we know the sagittal plane can divide things into left and right, lateral and lateral, right lateral, left lateral. The coronal plane can divide things into anterior, posterior. And then the transverse plane can divide things into superior and inferior. Okay. Now looking at body cavities. Body cavities are areas that organs sit. These cavities protect and house our organs. Ding, ding, nudge, nudge. I want you to know this picture. We have a few different cavities. We have the cranial cavity, the vertebral or spinal cavity, the abdominal cavity, the pelvic cavity, which is known as the abdominal pelvic cavity, and we have the thoracic cavity. Within each cavity, we have different organs. In our cranial cavity, we have the brain. In our vertebral or spinal cavity, it contains the spinal cord, which is this cranial or spinal cavity is formed by the vertebrae, which are the bones of the spine. Our thoracic cavity, which is our chest cavity, is formed by the ribs, the muscles of the chest, the sternum, which is our breastbone in front here, and the thoracic portion of our vertebral column. Right through here or right here, the thoracic portion of our vertebral column. Within this cavity, we have the pericardial cavity, which is a fluid-filled space that surrounds the heart, and two fluid-filled spaces called pleural cavities, one around each of our lungs. The central part of our thoracic cavity is called the mediastinum, and it's located between the lungs, and it extends from the sternum to the thoracic, to the vertebral column, and from the first rib to the diaphragm. So it goes deep inward, kind of like the sagittal plane. The mediastinum cuts through that way. So if you look at this right here, this picture on the right, mediastinum is this pleural area that goes through from front to back, anterior to posterior, and superior to inferior within the thoracic cavity. See, now you know what those descriptions mean, right? Superior to inferior, anterior to posterior, in the midline of the thoracic cavity. This mediastinum contains all the thoracic organs except the lungs, because remember, it's between the lungs. So it has the heart, the esophagus, the trachea, something called the thymus, and several blood vessels that enter and exit the heart are present here as well. We have this dome-shaped muscle called the diaphragm. It's my favorite muscle, and we're going to come back to this later in a future class. It's a dome-shaped muscle of respiration, of breathing, and it separates the thoracic cavity from the abdominal pelvic cavity. The abdominal pelvic cavity extends from the diaphragm superiorly to the groin or pelvis inferiorly, and it's encircled or enveloped or kept inward by the abdominal muscle wall around it and the bones and muscles of the pelvis. It's divided into the abdominal and pelvic portions, where the abdominal portion is superior, containing the stomach, the spleen, the liver, the gallbladder, small intestine, and the large intestine. The pelvic portion is inferior and contains the urinary bladder and portions of the large intestine and internal organs of the reproductive system. The organs inside our abdominal pelvic cavity are called viscera. Some other body cavities that you're going to learn about throughout your education are going to be the oral or mouth cavity, the nasal cavity, the orbital cavity of the eyes, the middle ear cavities within the middle ear, and synovial cavities found in freely movable joints. So we'll be talking about these cavities throughout this course. A cavity is just a space that houses organs and protects them. Within these cavities, we have something called membranes. Membranes are a thin, pliable tissue that's going to cover, line, and create a partition or connect structures. So it's like if you've looked at, sorry if you're not a meat eater, but if you've looked at like chicken breast or a piece of meat that has this thin membrane on it, that's the membrane. It's very thin, very pliable tissue that's going to line or cover and create a partition, a division between structures and also connect structures. These membranes are named for their location, so they're very specific to the place that they belong. We have something called a serous membrane. This is going to cover the viscera within the thoracic and abdominal cavities. It also lines the walls of the thorax and abdomen. We have two parts of the serous membrane. We have what's called a parietal layer, and we have what's called a visceral layer. So I'm going to give you an example. The visceral layer is the thin layer or membrane that's going to cover and adhere to the actual viscera in the cavity. So imagine this is an organ. This layer that covers it is going to be the visceral layer covering that organ. It's adhering right to that organ, right to that viscera in the cavity. And then we want to place this somewhere. I'm going to place it in my hood. It belongs in this cavity. This layer is called the parietal layer. This is the thin epithelium or membrane that's lining the wall of the cavity. So you can see there's the parietal layer within the cavity itself, and then there's the visceral layer that adheres to the actual viscera itself. Extra layer of protection. The body is always double checking itself. Between those two layers, there's fluid to prevent friction and to provide nutrition to those membranes called serous fluid. This is between the visceral and parietal layers, which lubricates and allows the viscera to slide during movements. Like when we breathe and we inflate and deflate the lungs, we don't want friction on the lungs, right? That's actually a disease state of the lungs. We want nice fluidity of the lungs and their surrounding. Between the parietal and visceral layer, there's this fluid that helps lubricate so things can glide. Some other examples of serous membrane, again, these membranes are going to be named for their location. So the lungs are called pleura. So they have a serous membrane of pleural membrane. This is the serous membrane of the pleura, the lung cavities. The visceral pleura clings to the lungs, while the parietal pleura lines the chest wall, covering the superior surface of the diaphragm. And between the two layers of that pleural cavity, hi, my computer died and I didn't even notice. I'm so sorry. Hope you guys didn't hear me swear as it died. I was like, oh no. Are we all here? Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, we are okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Let's go back here. There we go. Okay. Think we left off at lungs, right? Pleura. So between the serous membrane, the pleural cavity, and the visceral pleura, we have fluid in between called the pleural cavity fluid. The heart is known as the pericardium, the serous membrane of the pericardial cavity, or the heart. The visceral pericardium covers the heart, while the parietal pericardium lines the chest wall. And between that, we have pericardial fluid. In the abdomen, the serous membrane of the abdominal cavity is called peritoneum, while the visceral peritoneum covers the actual viscera, the abdominal viscera. The parietal peritoneum lines the abdominal wall, covering the inferior surface of the diaphragm. So we have this visceral serous membrane named for the viscera it covers and named for the viscera it's attached to, right? This example, attaching to the actual organ. And then we have the covering of the cavity it's within, called the parietal blank membrane. It could be parietal pleural membrane, peritoneum, the parietal peritoneum. It could be the pleural, it could be the pericardial, but it's parietal, meaning it's in the cavity lining, the chest wall or the abdominal wall. So we have membrane that attaches to the organ, and we have the membrane within the cavity itself, 2 layers of membrane separated with fluid. It's really what I want you to know. I want you to know where some of these terms are, like pleura, pericardium, peritoneum, because this will come in handy for your practice as you move on, right? I know there's the pericardium channel. I think that's already kind of, you guys are like, oh, wow, the word pericardium probably came up in your heads, right? So this is where it comes from. Obviously, Chinese medicine came up with this way before Western medicine did. But now you can see what it will impact. And I wanted you to know these terms because when you read about it in anatomy books, or if you read about it on your patient's imaging, it's going to be important for you to know that what they're talking about, what's in those spaces that they're talking about. Most of our abdominal viscera is surrounded by peritoneum, but some are not. And some of them are going to sit behind this peritoneum. Organs that are behind our peritoneum are known as retroperitoneal. Retro means behind. The peritoneum, retroperitoneal, behind the peritoneum. These are going to be things like our kidneys, our adrenal glands, our pancreas, the duodenum of the small intestine, and parts of the abdominal aorta, which is a really big blood vessel, and our inferior vena cava, which is a really big vein, coming from our lower extremity up to our heart and lungs. When we look at the abdominal pelvic cavity, we can section it off into a few different sections. Ding, ding, nudge, nudge. I want you to know how this looks, what these names are, how they're labeled. I also want you to know what's in them. That might come up. So we're going to go through that right now. And this will be the last thing we talk about today. So we're going to start with this picture on the right side of the page. We can divide the abdominal pelvic cavity into quadrants. Anatomically, this is right, this is left. We can divide it into quadrants, meaning 4. We have the right upper quadrant. We have the left upper quadrant. We have the right lower quadrant. And we have the left lower quadrant. We can further subdivide that into regions. This picture on the left of the page. Starting at the center, medially, from superior to inferior, we have superiorly and medially the epigastric region. We have inferiorly and medially the hypogastric region. Intermediate to that, I just got excited. Intermediate to that is the umbilical region. Now we're going to go to the right lateral side. Right lateral and superior is the right hypochondriac region. Then just inferior to that is the right lumbar region. And further inferior to that is the right iliac region. We're going to go to the left lateral side, right at the superior part here, left hypochondriac region. Move inferior into the left lumbar region. Inferior to that, the left iliac region. Hypochondriac, when you look up here, means under cartilage. So this is the cartilage of the ribs here. Hypo means under, chondriac means cartilage. This is under the cartilaginous region of the ribs. In the right hypochondriac region, we have the liver, the gallbladder, the right kidney, and parts of the small intestine. In the epigastric region, this means around the stomach, laying over or upon the stomach, epigastric. Here we have the stomach, liver, pancreas, duodenum, spleen, and adrenal glands. In the left hypochondriac region, remember under the cartilage, we have the spleen, colon, left kidney, and pancreas. So we'll have some organs falling into multiple regions of the abdominal pelvic cavity. Then we're coming over to the right lumbar region. Here we have the gallbladder, the liver, and right part of the colon. Medially, we have the umbilical region, where we have the umbilicus, parts of the small intestine, and the duodenum. In the left lumbar region, we have the descending colon and the left kidney. In the right iliac region, this is the iliac crest of the pelvis. So right iliac region, we have the appendix and the cecum. In the hypogastric region, below the stomach, hypo means below or laying below, we have the urinary bladder, the sigmoid colon, and the female reproductive organs. And then in the left iliac region, we have the descending colon and the sigmoid colon. So I want you to you might want to review this part of the spoken lecture to get those points down. Okay. We made it. That was a long lecture. And you guys did great. So, as a quick reminder for next week, what is due before the start of class? So by 9 a.m. on Tuesday on AMP Educator, there should be uploaded your assignment number 1. You've been emailed with directions on what it should look like, how it should be entered, how it should be saved. If you're having trouble with AMP Educator, please contact Rutong Wei ahead of time so that you're able to properly navigate that system so that you can upload your assignment to the platform by 9 a.m. next Tuesday. Late assignments will not be offered to resubmit. Late assignments will not be accepted. They will be marked as incomplete. Okay. Follow the parameters for what constitutes a complete assignment, and you will receive a grade of complete. You'll have an option to do one resubmit for this particular number 1 assignment. If there's something off on it, I will personally reach out to you. Class starts sharp at 9 a.m. every Tuesday next week. There will be a quiz right at the beginning of the class. It will cover the materials from today's lecture. It will run somewhere between 5 to 15-ish questions, giving you about 10 to 20 minutes for each quiz. I'll announce that at the beginning of the class. For the quiz, all of your microphones will be off. Please set them off as soon as you log into Zoom. You will log into Zoom and the quiz at the same time. Alternatively, you can log into Zoom right after you're done the quiz, but make sure you're on time for class because I will not be repeating information if you've missed it. You'll just have to catch it on the recording. Every lecture is recorded. You will have access to the recorded lecture on AMP Educator as soon as it's made available to me. I will make it available to you. If it's been a whole week and you don't see it, something went wrong, please reach out. But generally within 24 to 48 hours after class, it will be up there for you. I have multiple reminders set for myself to make sure I check to make sure it's up for you. So if you don't see it by like Friday, you'll either hear from me why or reach out to me, but that's never happened before. So just keep that in mind. We have a couple questions here. How can we take the palpation labs? What's the process? Do we need any tools? No, we're going to be doing it all online in our class here for palpation labs. They're all virtual. And so you just show up on Zoom for palpation labs. If you want, you can coordinate together to be in the same rooms if you'd like, so that you can have a partner to do them on, but we'll be using ourselves to do the palpation part. Friendly reminder, final and midterm exams are in person at the Toronto campus. If you needed to be at the Markham campus, you need to tell me ahead of time because we need to get you a proctor and arrange somebody to be there with you during the same time on Tuesdays at 9 a.m. for both midterm and final exam on the same date. So please email me now so that we can prepare for that. Please don't email me a week before to try and do that because that will be very hard to figure it out. So if you know you're having trouble for the midterm and final to show up in person or whatever, we need to know now because the exam will be in person. There's no option to only do it virtually. It will be figured out for you to do it in person. So make sure we can do that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For anatomy, we need another assignment, and for physiology, we need another assignment?
No, good question. It's one assignment, 5 questions.
For both?
Yeah, for the whole course.
Okay.
It comes as one package. So 5 questions that you want to create with 4 options, and please mark the correct option in your choices to make sure all 5 are there. And then for your file name, very important. If your file name is incorrect, I will make you resubmit it that first time, but after that, it's an incomplete. File name is your name plus assignment number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool.
So we can submit this like from after, let's say after our lecture, if I can do it, I can submit it right away, yeah?
Yeah, you can submit it at 101 if you wanted to.
Yeah, so 5 multiple choices questions with 4 options for each, yeah? And also it's regarding assignment, and also the quiz will be the next Tuesday, first 20 or 30 minutes regarding this lecture, the same, yeah?
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you guys have any questions between now and next Tuesday, please don't hesitate to reach out. I will encourage you though, if you ask me a question and it's available on a slide, I will point you to the slide first. So if I know I've said it in class and it's on a slide, I'm going to make you look at that slide first. And if you need clarification, come to me. I'm more than happy to provide clarification. Do we have any other questions before we head out? Okay, what a beautiful, wonderful
Yes.
class.
Do you also teach the anatomy, physiology? Oh, sorry.
Two?
Do you
No.
teach, this is way in advance. Do you teach number 2? No. Okay.
No, I don't. I might in the future, but for now, I've just been sticking to this one. Dylan's partner actually teaches it. Also a chiropractor, so that's really cool. Okay. All right. If you guys have any feedback for me, I'm really open to suggestions and ideas and feedback because I want this experience to be the most that you can get out of it. So please help me help you. If you have a specific way to learn and I can somehow incorporate that into here or at least provide you resources to do so, tell me. I cannot read your mind. So I want to make this class as best for you as possible so that it can be easy for you to take in all of this complex information and major information, right? It's a lot of stuff. And I admit that up front. So I just want to make this process as pain-free as possible for you and also exciting for you. But it's so nice to meet all of you today. And I will see you next Tuesday for our quiz at 9 a.m. sharp on Tuesday. And please have those assignments in. Have a great week ahead.
Thank you very much, Monica.
Thank you. You guys are
Yeah.
awesome. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Monica. Bye-bye.
Thank you.